First, I would like to welcome you to this nice conference, Women in Mathematics in Southeastern Europe. It's an honor to me to open this morning session of the conference. It's a pleasure to present the first participant. It is Asnif Kasparian, and the talk will be Toroidal Compactifications. Okay, you're welcome, Asnif.
Thank you. I would like first to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference. My talk is on the fundamental group of a toroidal compactification of a discrete quotient of a bounded symmetric domain and on some properties of compactifications of discrete quotients of the complex 2-ball. A bounded domain is said to be symmetric if any of its points is the only fixed point of a holomorphic involution. Such a domain is irreducible if it does not decompose into a direct product of bounded symmetric domains of smaller dimension. Any irreducible bounded symmetric domain is acted transitively by a non-compact simple Lie group G. The isotropic group K is a maximal compact subgroup of G with non-discrete center. Any bounded symmetric domain has a natural Harish-Chandra embedding in the holomorphic tangent space of any of its interior points. The group G extends to the boundary of this realization. Let me recall that the discrete subgroup gamma of G is a lattice if the gamma quotient of G has finite G invariant volume. It holds exactly when the gamma quotient of the bounded symmetric domain D has finite invariant volume. A complex analytic boundary component F of the domain is gamma rational if the unipotent radical of the normalizer of F in G intersects gamma in its lattice. The set of the gamma rational analytic boundary components is acted by gamma with finitely many orbits called gamma cusps. In 1966, Bailey and Borel showed that if the gamma quotient of D is non-compact, then adjoining the gamma cusps to this quotient, one obtains a complex projective variety. Let me recall that a lattice gamma is neat if the eigenvalues of any of its entries generate a torsion-free subgroup of the multiplicative group of the complex numbers. Even for a neat lattice gamma, the Bailey-Borel compactification is singular, namely it is a normal projective variety. The toroidal compactification of a neat quotient resolves the singularity of the Bailey-Borel compactification. In order to sketch the construction of a toroidal compactification, let's consider the normalizer P of a boundary component F. The Lévy decomposition of P is a splitting into a semi-direct product of the unipotent radical N and a reductive subgroup L. The solvable radical R of P is a semi-direct product of the unipotent radical and a real one-dimensional subgroup called the split component of P. The reductive group L is a direct product of the split component with two non-compact semi-simple Lie groups. The unipotent radical of P is two-step nilpotent. Here is the definition of this notion. In particular, the center U of N coincides with its commutant as a group, and it's a real abelian Lie group, which is isomorphic to the additive group of its Lie algebra. The quotient V of N by its center U is also an abelian group, but it's an abelian Lie group over the complex numbers, and it's also isomorphic to the additive group of its Lie algebra. The unipotent radical N is a semi-direct product of its center and the group V. The aforementioned splittings in semi-direct products provide the so-called refined Langlands decomposition of the maximal parabolic normalizer P of F, which has 5 factors. The stabilizer K of an interior point has trivial intersection with the solvable radical R of P. The complement of R to P consists of a direct product of 2 non-compact semi-simple Lie groups. The K quotient of the first group is the boundary component F we started with, and the K quotient of the second group is a non-compact Riemannian symmetric space. The aforementioned Langlands decomposition of P induces the horospherical decomposition of D associated to the boundary component F. The orbit of the Riemannian symmetric space of non-compact type under the split component of P is an open homogeneous cone C, which does not contain an entire real line. This cone has a natural embedding in the purely imaginary part of the complexified Lie algebra of U, and the product of the Lie algebra of U with the image of the cone is a domain S in the complexified Lie algebra of U, and it is a complex submanifold of D. There is a family of Hermitian forms on the Lie algebra of V, which depends real analytically on the points of the boundary component F and exhibits D as a holomorphic fibration over the product of F and V by domains by holomorphic to S. This representation is called the Ziegel domain realization of D associated with its boundary component F. The Ziegel domain realization provides a diffeomorphic decomposition into a product of F, V, and S. The exponential map of the Lie group U is bijective, and it pulls back the lattice with it pulls back the intersection of gamma with U to a lattice upsilon F in the additive group of the Lie algebra of U. This lattice upsilon F acts on the fibers of the Ziegel domain realization associated with F, and the upsilon F quotient of D inherits the structure. Moля? And the upsilon F quotient of D inherits the structure of a holomorphic fibration over the product of F and V. The quotient of the complexified Lie algebra of U by upsilon F is a complex algebraic torus. Any gamma admissible family of closed polyhedral cones which cover the image of C is associated to an affine toric variety which contains T as an open dense subset and is acted by T. The fibers of the Ziegel domain realization of the upsilon quotient of D are contained in the torus T, and they can be extended to the interior of their closures in the toric variety associated to sigma F. In such a way, one obtains the partial compactification at a gamma rational boundary component F. In the case of the complex two-ball, the complex analytic boundary components are just the isolated points. The Lie algebras of U and V are one-dimensional, and the Hermitian forms H associated to gamma rational boundary points are given by the multiplication of complex numbers up to a positive real constant Rz. The fibers of the Ziegel domain realization of D associated with Z are right half planes. The upsilon Z Galois covering is given by an exponential map which transforms these right half planes into punctured disks. This is due to the fact that the modulus of an exponent of a complex number is the exponent of its real part. There is a unique gamma admissible family of polyhedral cone decompositions of the image of C and a unique affine variety C of dimension 1, so that the partial compactification of the complex 2 ball at a gamma rational boundary point Z turns to be a disk bundle over the complex line Lie of V. In general, if a gamma rational boundary component F1 is contained in the boundary of another gamma rational boundary component, then the Ziegel domain realization of F2 with respect to F1 induces a gluing map of the partial compactification at F2 in a partial compactification of F1. When F1 and F2 coincide, this gluing map reduces to the identity. We say that points P1 and P2 from partial compactifications to at F1 and F2 are equivalent with respect to the lattice if there is an element gamma of the lattice and a point P from the partial compactification at F, such that gamma 1 and such that F1 and gamma F2 are contained in the closure of the gamma rational boundary component F, and the corresponding gluing maps transform the point P at F into P1, respectively gamma P2. Any gamma admissible family sigma of gamma admissible polyhedral cone decompositions sigma F is associated with a toroidal compactification of the gamma quotient of D. Namely, the toroidal compactification is just the set of the gamma equivalence classes of the disjoint union of the partial compactifications at all the gamma rational boundary components. In the case of the complex 2 ball, the gamma equivalence classes are just gamma orbits, and the toroidal compactification is independent of the choice of polyhedral cone decompositions. Together with Gregory Sankaran, we have described the fundamental group of a toroidal compactification. Our argument is based on the following theorem of Armstrong. Let X be a pet-connected, simply connected, locally compact metric space, and G be a properly discontinuously acting group of homeomorphisms of X. Denote by H the subgroup of G generated by the elements with a fixed point on X. Armstrong shows that H is a normal subgroup of G, and the quotient space of X by G has fundamental group isomorphic to the H quotient of G. If G has no fixed points on X, then it's well known that the quotient of the simply connected X by G has fundamental group G. So Armstrong's result extends this well-known case. The subgroup upsilon of gamma generated by upsilon F for all the gamma rational boundary components is a normal subgroup of gamma as far as gamma acts on the set of gamma rational boundary components. In 1996, Gregory Sankaran applied the construction of a toroidal compactification to the upsilon quotient of D. He shows that the resulting complex analytic space is simply connected. The upsilon quotient of gamma acts on this simply connected space, and the corresponding orbit space is the toroidal compactification associated with the same sigma. As a result, the fundamental group of a toroidal compactification is to be a quotient group of gamma modulo upsilon. In the special case of a neat lattice gamma, the upsilon quotient of gamma has no fixed points on Sankaran's simply connected cover, and it coincides with the fundamental group of the toroidal compactification. In order to state our more general result, let's say that an element rho of a normalizer P of a gamma rational boundary component F is virtually solvable if some natural power of rho belongs to the solvable radical R of P, and when some natural power of rho belongs to the unipotent radical, then this power should be from the center U of N. Let lambda be the normal subgroup of gamma, which is generated by the virtually solvable elements of the intersection of gamma with the normalizers of all gamma rational boundary components. We show that an element of the upsilon quotient of gamma has a fixed point on the toroidal compactification if and only if it belongs to the subgroup generated by lambda. As a result, the fundamental group of the toroidal compactification is the quotient group of gamma by the product of its normal subgroups lambda and upsilon. As a consequence, we bound the deviation of the rank of the first integral homology group of a toroidal compactification from the rank of the first integral homology group of the gamma quotient by the sum of the dimensions of the solvable radicals of the normalizers of a complete set of representatives for the gamma cusps. Our argument implies the vanishing of this deviation for a neat lattice gamma. The rest of the talk is on the properties of some compactifications of discrete quotients of the complex two-ball. To this end, let me recall Enrique's classification of the complex projective surfaces in 8 types. A complex projective surface Y is minimal if the contraction of a rational curve on Y creates a singularity. The canonical bundle of Y is the wedge square of its holomorphic cotangent bundle. An arbitrary C basis of the global holomorphic sections of the mth pluricanonical bundle of Y provides a rational map of Y in a projective space. The dimension of the mth pluricanonical image of Y for sufficiently large M is the Kodaira dimension of Y. The Kodaira dimension is -infinity if Y does not admit non-zero pluricanonical forms. A ruling of a surface Y is a fibration by smooth rational curves. The ruled surfaces with rational base are birational to the projective plane and called rational surfaces. The minimal complex projective surfaces of Kodaira dimension -infinity are of 2 types, rational or ruled with an irrational base. The complex projective surfaces with vanishing Kodaira dimension split in 4 types. if the space of the global holomorphic 1,0 forms is of dimension 2, then Y is a complex projective torus and it's called an abelian surface. If the global holomorphic 1,0 forms constitute a one-dimensional space, then Y is said to be bi-elliptic because it admits two fibrations by elliptic curves. Suppose that a complex projective surface Y has vanishing codiral dimension and has no non-zero global holomorphic 1,0 forms. If Y has a non-zero global holomorphic 2,0 form, then it's simply connected and called a K-tree surface. Otherwise, Y has fundamental group of order 2, a K-tree universal cover, and it's called an Enriquez surface. The seventh type of complex projective surfaces are the ones of codiral dimension 1. They project onto curves by generically elliptic fibers. And the last, eighth type of complex projective surfaces are the ones of codiral dimension 2, and these are said to be of general type. In his monograph, Ball and Surface Arithmetic, Rolf Peter Holtzapfel mentions as a philosophy or a working hypothesis that up to a birational equivalence and compactifications, all complex algebraic surfaces are Ball quotients. The compact quotients by torsion-free Ball lattices are known to be minimal complex projective surfaces of general type. Prasad and Jung have classified the torsion-free Ball lattices with compact quotient after showing that they are arithmetic and finitely many. Later, Cartwright and Teicher, by the means of computer implementations, provide presentations of all lattices of aforementioned kind. Ishida, Kuhn, and Zambich construct examples of compact singular quotients of the complex 2-ball of codiral dimension 1. Hirzebruch and Holtzapfel obtain examples of smooth toroidal compactifications with abelian minimal model. Holtzapfel constructs a singular Ball quotient compactification, which is birational to a K-tree surface. Rational Ball quotient compactifications are provided by two articles of Holtzapfel, Pinheiro, and Vladov. In a joint work with Boris Kotsev, we construct Ball quotient compactifications with isolated cyclic quotient singularities, which are birational to a bielliptic surface, an Enriquez surface, or a ruled surface with an elliptic base. As a result, it follows that any of the 8 Enriquez classification classes of complex projective surfaces contains a Ball quotient. This statement can be viewed as a weak form of Holtzapfel's conjecture. Of course, it's more interesting to construct smooth toroidal compactifications of any of these 8 Enriquez classification classes. Most of the known smooth toroidal compactifications are of general type. Momot provides examples of smooth toroidal compactifications of codiral dimension 1. Viterbo and Stover construct examples of smooth toroidal compactifications with bielliptic minimal models. One questions the existence of smooth toroidal compactifications of codiral dimension -infinity, a K-tree, or an Enriquez minimal model. In a vast distinction with a two-dimensional case, any discrete quotient of a complex ball of dimension at least 4 is known to be of general type according to a result of Baker and Zimmermann. The rest of the talk is on the rational maps of the Bailey-Borel compactifications of ball quotients given by modular forms. In order to define the notion of a modular form, let's note that any holomorphic isometry of the complex 2-ball can be viewed as an ordered pair of holomorphic functions on the ball that allows to define the Jacobian of this isometry. A gamma modular form of non-negative weight n is a holomorphic function on the ball on which the induced action of gamma reduces to multiplication by the minus nth power of the Jacobian determinant of the corresponding entry of gamma. The modular forms, which vanish at all the gamma rational boundary points, are called cuspidal. Here is the notation of all the gamma modular forms of weight n and for the cuspidal ones. The global holomorphic functions on the ball admit a C-linear embedding in the global holomorphic sections of the nth pluricanonical bundle of the ball. This C-linear embedding restricts to an isomorphism of the gamma modular forms of weight n with the gamma invariant pluricanonical sections, which can be viewed as global holomorphic sections of the nth pluricanonical bundle of the gamma quotient of B. The ratio of any holomorphic sections of the pluricanonical bundle is a rational function on the gamma quotient of B, which extends to the Bailey-Borel compactification. Thus, an arbitrary C basis of global holomorphic sections of the nth pluricanonical bundle provides a rational map of the Bailey-Borel compactification in a projective space. Here is the explicit definition by a basis. This map is induced by the gamma modular forms of weight n. Bailey and Borel show that the aforementioned maps are global holomorphic embeddings for a sufficiently large weight n. Let's recall that the toroidal compactification of a neat ball quotient resolves the singularities of the Bailey-Borel compactification. The logarithmic canonical bundle of X is defined as the tensor product of the canonical bundle of X with the line bundle associated with a toroidal compactifying divisor D. Then the contraction rho of the smooth elliptic irreducible components of D to the gamma cusps pulls back the holomorphic sections of the nth pluricanonical bundle of the gamma quotient of B to holomorphic sections of the nth logarithmic pluricanonical bundle of the toroidal compactification. The linear system of the nth logarithmic canonical divisor on the toroidal compactification consists of the rational functions on X, whose divisors have poles of order at most n at the logarithmic canonical divisor. Any rational section of the nth logarithmic canonical bundle provides a C-linear isomorphism of this linear system with the space of the global holomorphic sections of the nth logarithmic canonical bundle. Let beta be the contraction of the smooth rational -1 curves on the smooth toroidal compactification X to its minimal model Y. Denote by D the toroidal compactifying divisor, and let C be the image of D under beta. Then the canonical divisor of X equals the exceptional divisor L of beta plus the strict transform of the canonical divisor of Y. And beta induces an isomorphism of the function field of Y onto the function field of X, and this isomorphism is an isomorphism of C algebras. The pre-image of the linear system of the n-logarithmic canonical divisor on X consists of the rational functions on the minimal model Y, whose poles are of order at most n and contained in the logarithmic canonical divisor of Y, and whose multiplicities at the singular points of C are at least minus n. The composition of the aforementioned C-linear isomorphisms is considered for the first time by Holtzapfel and called the transfer of the gamma modular forms of weight n to rational functions on the minimal model Y. Let gamma be a neat ball lattice whose associated smooth toroidal compactification has an abelian minimal model. Holtzapfel observes that the space of the gamma of the cuspidal gamma modular forms of weight 1 is one-dimensional, and it transfers to the constant functions on the abelian minimal model A. Let's denote by eta 0 the preimage of the constant 1 under the transfer of gamma modular forms of weight 1. Moreover, he expresses the dimension of the cuspidal gamma modular forms of weight at least 2 by their weight and the number S of the smooth rational -1 curves on the toroidal compactification. Holtzapfel shows that the codimension of the cuspidal gamma modular forms of weight at least 2 in all the gamma modular forms of the same weight equals the number of the cusps. The dimension of all the gamma modular forms of weight 1 is not obtained in general. Let's recall Weierstrass sigma function, which is an entire function on the complex plane, which is associated with a lattice lambda of the additive group of the complex numbers. Though sigma is not defined on the elliptic curve with fundamental group lambda, one can view the origin of E as the divisor of sigma on E as far as sigma vanishes at all the points of lambda. The smooth elliptic curves on the Cartesian square A of E lead to a family of mutually parallel complex lines on the universal cover C2 of A, and this family is parameterized by a lattice depending on the normal vectors AI, BI of these liftings. Though, one can construct a sigma function in two variables, which is not an entire function on A, namely it's not periodic with respect to the square of lambda, but whose divisor on A coincides with the curve CI. The above observations allow to construct transfers of neat coabelian modular forms of weight 1 by the means of sigma quotients. Now let's fix an imaginary quadratic number field whose integers ring O is a unique factorization domain. Consider the elliptic curves E with fundamental group O and the Cartesian square A of this elliptic curve. Now restrict to elliptic curves CI on A, whose liftings are parameterized by O and whose normal vectors have components from O. In a joint work with Boris Kotsev, we have considered products F of K sigma quotients with mutually parallel elliptic divisors. we obtain a necessary and sufficient condition for such a sigma quotient to be lambda square periodic and to descend to a rational function on A. Moreover, if the pole divisor of a transfer of a gamma modular form of weight 1 has two irreducible components, we show that the complete divisor of such a sigma quotient consists of mutually parallel elliptic curves. If the pole divisor of a transfer of a gamma modular form of weight 1 has three irreducible components, then this pole divisor has no triple point, and any pair of irreducible components has one and the same intersection number. After Holtz-Apfel, we say that a divisor with three elliptic irreducible components Ci is triangular if this divisor has no point of multiplicity 3 and any pair of its components has unique intersection point. In order to characterize the complete divisor of a sigma quotient with a triangular pole divisor, we introduce the notions of a tetrahedron and an inscribed pair of triangles. Both are sums of three divisors of the form Fi minus Ci for mutually parallel elliptic curves Fi, Ci. The sum of Ci is a triangular divisor. The sum of Fi intersects the sum of Ci in the three double points of Ci, which are smooth points of the sum of Fi. If the sum of Fi has a unique singular point of multiplicity 3, then we say that the sum of Fi minus Ci is a tetrahedron. If the sum of Fi is a triangular divisor, then the sum of Fi minus Ci is called an inscribed pair of triangles. With Kotzef, we have realized all the triangular divisors as pole divisors of transfers of gamma modular forms of weight 1. Moreover, the normal vectors of these pole divisors can be chosen in such a way that to add up to the zero vector. The complete divisor of such a transfer is shown to be either a tetrahedron or an inscribed pair of triangles. More precisely, the complete divisor of transfer of a gamma modular form with a triangular pole divisor is a tetrahedron if and only if the cosets of the constant terms of the pole equations add up to a two-torsion point of E. Holtz-Apfel has constructed a neat lattice over the Gaussian integers whose associated smooth toroidal compactification has three smooth rational curves and an abelian minimal model A. The toroidal compactifying divisor D has 6 irreducible components which map to 6 smooth elliptic curves on A, and the divisor C, which is the sum of these 6 elliptic curves, has 8 triangular subdivisors. 4 of these triangular subdivisors are realized by Holtz-Apfel as poles of transfers of modular forms of weight 1. The other 4 triangular subdivisors are poles of transfers of modular forms of weight 2. He takes also 6 modular forms of weight 2 with poles divisors 2 times Ci and 6 modular forms of weight 3 with pole divisors 3 times Ci. Holtz-Apfel obtains 18 explicit relations among the aforementioned rational functions on the abelian minimal model, and that allows him to construct 22 modular forms of weight 3, which determine a global holomorphic embedding of the corresponding Bailey-Borel compactification as a complete intersection cut by 20 explicit relations. Moreover, Holtz-Apfel shows that the cuspidal modular form at the 0 of weight 1 and the 4 modular forms of weight 1 whose transfers have triangular pole divisor constitute a C basis of all the gamma modular forms of weight 1. Let gamma be a neat lattice which admits at least one non-cuspidal modular form of weight 1. Assume that the corresponding smooth toroidal compactification has a abelian minimal model. Then there should be at least 6 cusps of gamma. In particular, Holtz-Apfel's example with non-cuspidal modular forms of weight 1 has the minimal number of cusps, 6. In order to describe another Holtz-Apfel's example, let's consider the elliptic curve E whose fundamental group coincides with the Gaussian integers. Denote by Q0 the origin of E and put Q3 for the unique non-trivial 1 plus I torsion point. Let Q1 and Q2 be the 2 torsion points of E which are not 1 plus I torsion. Denote by A the Cartesian square of E and consider the 4 elliptic curves through the origin whose normal vectors have components from the multiplicative group of the Gaussian integers. Consider also the translates of the coordinate elliptic curves through the 2 torsion points which are not 1 plus I torsion. The singular locus of the sum of these 8 elliptic curves consists of 6 2 torsion points. Holtz-Apfel shows that the blow-up of the abelian surface A at the singular locus of C is a toroidal compactification of a neat arithmetic lattice over the Gaussian integers. In a joint work with Kotzev, we have described some properties of the modular forms of weight 1 for this example. Namely, we have constructed 2 transfers of modular forms of weight 1 whose pole divisor consists of a pair of parallel elliptic curves. Also, we provide 8 transfers of modular forms of weight 1 with tetrahedral complete divisor. Among the aforementioned transfers of modular forms, we choose a basis of the transfers, whereas of basis of all the gamma rational modular forms of weight 1. The cuspidal modular form at the 0 of weight 1 and 5 of the non-cuspidal ones are shown to provide a finite regular generically injective morphism of the Bailey-Borel compactification with normal image of codimension 3. As a result, an arbitrary C basis of gamma modular forms of weight 1 provides a finite regular generically injective morphism of the Bailey-Borel compactification with normal image of codimension 4. Let gamma be an arbitrary neat coabelian lattice. It's interesting to describe all the possible pole divisors of transfers of gamma modular forms of weight 1. The modular forms of an arbitrary lattice can be realized as invariant modular forms for a neat lattice. In order to specify, let beta be the contraction of the smooth rational -1 curves on a smooth toroidal compactification by a neat lattice gamma to its minimal model Y. Denote by D the toroidal compactifying divisor and let C be the image of D under beta. Then the automorphisms of X, which preserve the toroidal compactifying divisor D, coincide with the automorphisms of Y preserving C and form a finite group. any subgroup H of this group lifts to a ball lattice gamma H, which contains gamma as a normal subgroup with quotient 8. That allows to realize the gamma H modular forms of fixed weight as the H invariant gamma modular forms of the corresponding weight, and to transfer the gamma H modular forms to the H invariant transfers of the gamma modular forms. Such a viewpoint has been used for obtaining the dimensions and the codimensions of the images of the rational maps of the Bailey-Borel compactifications provided by the gamma H modular forms of weight 1 for all subgroups H of the automorphism group of the example of Holtz-Apfel with coabelian lattice with 8 cusps and toroidal compactification with 6 irreducible -1 curves. Recall that the automorphism group of an abelian surface is the semi-direct product of its normal translation group with the isotropic group of the origin, which consists of the group isomorphisms of A. Holtz-Apfel observes that the multiplications I, respectively j, by the imaginary unit on the factors of the abelian minimal model of his example with 8 cusps provide automorphisms of the toroidal compactification, preserving the toroidal compactifying divisor. The same holds for the translation by the non-trivial 1 plus I torsion point on both factors. We show that the transposition theta of the elliptic factors and the 3 aforementioned transformations generate the entire automorphism group of the toroidal compactification, preserving the toroidal compactifying divisor. These generators are of order 2 or 4. The translation commutes with all the remaining generators and splits a direct summand of order 2. The other direct summand is isomorphic to the red product of a cyclic group of order 4 with the symmetric group of degree 2. More precisely, theta acts on the subgroup generated by I and J by exchanging these generators. The corresponding semi-direct product is the aforementioned red product in question. The entire automorphism group of the toroidal compactification preserving the toroidal compactifying divisor is of order 64. If a subgroup H of this group contains minus the identity of the abelian minimal model, then the corresponding Bailey-Borel compactification of the gamma H quotient of the ball is birational to a K3 and request or a rational surface. The gamma H modular forms of weight 1 are depleted by the cuspidal forms and provide a constant map of the Bailey-Borel compactification. From now on, we assume that H does not contain minus identity of the abelian minimal model. Then the corresponding Bailey-Borel compactification can be any kind of a complex projective surface of non-positive codirer dimension, but an Enriquez surface. If the minimal model of the Bailey-Borel compactification is an abelian surface, then H is a translation group, and the image of the rational map given by the gamma H modular forms of weight 1 has dimension 2 and codimension 2. There are 2 cyclic groups of order 2 whose associated lattice gamma H has Bailey-Borel compactification with a bielliptic minimal model. The image of the rational map given by the gamma H modular forms of weight 1 has dimension 2 and codimension 1. If the Bailey-Borel compactification is birational to a K3 surface, then the group H is cyclic of order 2, and the gamma H modular forms of weight 1 provide a dominant rational map to the projective plane, which is not globally defined. When the Bailey-Borel compactification has codiral dimension minus infinity, then the group H is cyclic of order 2 or 4, or a product of two cyclic groups, one of which is always of order 2 and the other one is of order 2 or 4. If H is a cyclic group of order 2, then the Bailey-Borel compactification of the gamma H quotient is birational to a ruled surface with an elliptic base, and the image of the rational map given by the gamma H modular forms of weight 1 has dimension 2 and codimension 1. If H is a group of order 4, then the Bailey-Borel compactification is birational to a ruled surface with a base of genus at most 1. The gamma H modular forms of weight 1 provide a rational dominant map to the projective plane or the projective line, which is not globally defined. If H is a product of a cyclic group of order 2 with a cyclic group of order 4, then the Bailey-Borel compactification is a ruled surface with a base of genus at most 1. In two special cases, this Bailey-Borel compactification is a rational surface, and the corresponding map given by the modular forms of weight 1 is a constant map. In all the other cases, the modular forms of weight 1 provide a dominant rational map to the projective line, which is not globally defined. Let gamma be a neat coabelian lattice. It's interesting to describe the groups H for which the gamma modular forms of weight 1 are depleted by the cuspidal modular forms.
Okay, thank you, Snip, for this nice and inspiring talk. Thank you very much. Now, questions, remarks. I don't see any. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now it's time. Welcome back. And the next talk will be given by Dr. Margarita Zaharau. I'm sorry if I can't pronounce your name. And the talk will be about network models and network-based integration for the brain. Sounds very interesting. So welcome.
Thank you. And let me take the opportunity to thank the organizers for such a great event and for
can you hear me?
First part of the modeling will have, apologies. We'll have some similar ideas from Nadia's talk from yesterday, but applied in a different setting, the brain instead of cancer. So let me just start with a very quick background of my interests. My focus has been throughout on the brain. On one side, on developing mathematical models to investigate brain function, and on the other hand, developing analysis methods to process, analyze, and integrate brain data from different scales. So by network approaches in the brain, the approach here that I will present is twofold. On one hand, we can develop models of different neuronal populations. You can see here an example of different types annotated with different colors and how they talk to each other and generate a certain observation, a certain function in the brain. Networks also refer to the molecular networks that take place within cells, and these are the interactions of different proteins and enzymes and so on. So we can use the language of graph theory in this case to study these networks, and of differential equations to study the neuronal networks using developing models. So let's start with the first part. Here I will talk about the neuronal network models that we developed for the visual cortex and gamma oscillations within that. But let me just give first a very quick overview of neuronal modeling. In the brain, we have neurons that are quite special in a sense because they generate an electrical impulse as a signal known as action potentials or spikes. So they are excitable, they're able to generate these action potentials, and this is how they communicate with other neurons. So this is an electrochemical signal here. And this is what we study when we record signals from the brain. We have different topologies in the brain. Different cells conduct other cells with a certain probability, and depending on the region we are, there are different probabilities in each area. We have different types of neurons. Some neurons make other neurons more likely to fire. Those are the excitatory neurons. Other neurons make other cells less likely to fire. These are the inhibitory neurons. And when we're recording from the brain or simulating some of our models, what we observe are the spiking times of each cell. Each row here is a cell, and each dot is the time that each cell fired one of these action potentials. So this is how we visualize usually these spike trains. And also we have a proxy of what the whole network is doing. This is known as the local field potential, and this is where we usually look for oscillations of interest that take place in the brain and are different when we're awake, when we're sleeping, or when we're performing a certain task. Completing the background information with some information on one of the key models that has been developed to model neurons. This is the Hodgkin and Huxley type, which the Nobel was awarded for this work back in 1963. Basically, this set of differential equations, a very minimal set of only 4 differential equations in this case, was successful in expressing the dynamics of these gating variables that we find on neuronal membranes that underlie the generation of these action potentials. So it's a very elegant work. Essentially, it considers the neuron as an electrical circuit, and this translates into a nonlinear system of ordinary differential equations. And this has been the basis of most of the models developed since then in mathematical neuroscience. Okay, so here in this work, we set out to study gamma oscillations generated in the visual cortex, which were modulated by contrast in the stimuli. The experiments were done in our collaborators' lab in the Netherlands. Awake macaque monkeys were presented with images with different contrasts. And while this task was taking place, a laminar probe was placed in the visual cortex to record signals from the brain. So what we observed was that the oscillations that were modulated by contrast, as contrast was increasing, the frequency was almost linearly increasing. These are 2 different subjects. We see this monotonic increase. The spiking activity of the single neurons also followed a similar trend, albeit in lower frequency. The interesting part here was, though, when we looked at the power of these oscillations, the contrast was not generating a monotonic increase, but rather a non-monotonic behavior. So there was increase for lower contrast and decrease for higher contrasts. This was initially modeled by a simple model of excitatory and inhibitory cells, a set of cells in a previous work. And it was quite successful in capturing this non-monotonic power observation and also the increase in frequency of these oscillations. However, there was a discrepancy here with the single unit activity. So what the single neurons are doing, that spiking, is supposed to be much less than what the overall oscillation is doing. And this was not the case in this model. Also, when one looks into each individual population of cells from experiments done intracellularly, we see that the excitatory cells should be firing much less, up to 10 Hertz, compared to the inhibitory cells, which are firing with much higher frequencies. Looking into the previous model, this was again not the case. The excitatory cells were dominating in activity compared to the inhibitory cells, and this was not realistic. So we set out to build a new model that will capture both the features that we see in the local field potential, this power decay or saturation, and this power, this frequency increase, but also capture the characteristics of the neuronal populations so that the inhibitory cells should fire more than the excitatory cells, and the oscillation of the local field potential signal should be much larger than that of the single cells. Now, another background slide, just to be on the same page. I want to talk a bit about these network models that we call PING. These are the pyramidal interneuron gamma models. Gamma and other rhythms in the brain are considered to emerge from the interplay among these excitatory and inhibitory populations. Now, in the PING model, the excitatory population are the drivers of the rhythm. When they're activated, they stimulate the inhibitory cells, which in turn provide an inhibitory signal to the excitatory population. So for a while, they cease their firing, which restarts when the decay of inhibition takes place. So excitation starts again. And this is like a ping pong phenomenon going back and forth, resulting in an excitability that varies cyclically over time, much as we see in couple oscillators. So in the strong ping flavor of this model, both populations are firing at each cycle. So they're phase locked to the overall population rhythm, and both fire each time. But this is a theoretical one. What we actually observe in experiments is more of a weak ping phenomenon, whereby the inhibitory cells are indeed firing in most cycles. They are phase locked to this, but the excitatory cells are firing with a much lower frequency. They are locked to some of these cycles, but not all. They show this sparse behavior. So we used this type of modeling as a scaffold to develop the model for the experimental observations we had. So some specifics on the model. We're modeling here a number of individual interneurons, the inhibitory cells, and a number of excitatory neurons. And we are using the Hodgkin and Huxley type modeling for each population, but with a different set of channels to reproduce their expected behavior. They're quite a bit different on how they fire. We connect these populations with models of synapses, which are voltage dependent. We connect them with random probabilities, and we keep the realistic ratio of what we observe in biology, that excitatory cells are, there's this 4-to-1 analogy to the inhibitory cells. We're also modeling the input to this network. And by input here, we refer to the outcome of all the afferent processing systems that reach the superficial layers of V1 in the visual cortex. We are encoding the contrast increase as a change in the synaptic conductance to the excitatory cells. This means that the input becomes larger to the excitatory cells due to the increase of contrast, and we're keeping the input to the inhibitory cells fixed. We're measuring spike trends from each cell, and as well as the global signal, the local field potential, and synaptic currents. I'm not showing here the full set of equations, but it's quite similar to the Hodgkin and Huxley that I've shown before, with additional equations to describe particular currents that are specific to each cell type. This is another equation for describing the synaptic effect, that each cell conducts another cell. This is what we observe, and the external input. And in order to assess whether our model, when we run the numerical simulations, it generates something that is close to the experimental observations, we need to derive certain constraints. And these constraints are, on one hand, checking that the overall activity of the two populations adheres to this observation that inhibitory cells fire more than the excitatory cells. In terms of the oscillation, we expect to find a higher oscillation frequency versus the cell spiking activity frequency. And lastly, the last criteria have to do with the power spectrum. So we expect these oscillations to be in the gamma range from 20 to 8 Hertz and have certain characteristics like a steeper rise than decay and so on. So having this criteria in hand, I'm showing here a selection of those. We're running a parametric exploration using two key parameters here. This EI and IE are the coupling probabilities between the two populations, and they're quite critical in these models. So we're numerically exploring this parameter space and simultaneously assessing whether each of these simulations satisfies the criteria we have in mind. So wherever there is a point, we had a successful fulfillment of the criteria. When there's no spot, this was unsuccessful. So the top model here was not valid, but the other two here were valid, and were also successful in capturing this variability we have seen in our monkeys, that sometimes the decay is very abrupt and sometimes it looks more like a saturation. Okay, so interim conclusions. There's a specific balance in the probability of connection between the two populations that is required to obtain realistic network behavior and to capture this variability across subjects. And out of the many possible theoretical models, the weak ping model seems to be a good candidate for a generative gamma model in this case. And this approach highlights the importance of using different scales to validate our models rather than just one type of observation as it was in the first model. Now, having our validated model in hand, we proceeded with investigating some other aspects, for example, the properties of the input that shape this phenomenon. I should note here that in the original model, the input was simulated as a current pulse, as you see here, that increased in amplitude with contrast. In our model, we wanted to use something more realistic, so we used these alpha functions here to resemble real synaptic input, and we call this conductance-based input. But to make sure that the choice of input shape did not affect our results, we ran our weak ping model with a current-based input. And something surprising happened here. The network lost the ability to decay in power. So we thought, okay, what's the reason here? Is it the shape of the input or some other property? So we average the input across all excitatory cells, across time and across different trials, because as in with experiments, we ran several simulations with random initializations. And we measure the mean and the standard deviation of this overall input signal. And what we found was that in the current-based case, the standard deviation, this heterogeneity across the signal was flat across contrast, whereas it was increasing with contrast in the conductant-based case. So we thought, okay, what if we simulate again the current-based input, but make sure that it adheres to this increase both in the mean and in the standard deviation. So this is what we did. We changed the current input, and alas, we were able to retrieve this physiological power decay. This is a very busy slide. I won't go into detail. This was just an extra parametric exploration of the key variables that determine this heterogeneity in the type of signal, type of input, whether it's current or conductance. And the key findings from this investigation was that the contrast appears to be modulating, the contrast modulation of the mean of the input to the population seems to be crucial for this frequency and power shift, but the contrast modulation of the heterogeneity of the input seems to be what underlies the power decay at high inputs. Another investigation we did was to explore the input of the input to the inhibitory cells. Remember, we said that this was a fixed input. It wasn't changing with contrast, but the choice of this amplitude is not something that was determined from the experiments. So we wanted to also run a parametric exploration of this input selection. And what we found was that for very low fixed input to these cells, or for very high, the network behavior was not valid anymore. So we need to have a moderate input to the inhibitory cells to generate valid results. And since these are in silico experiments and it doesn't cost us anything to run additional tests to answer questions, we thought, okay, what if there was a simultaneous contrast modulation of the input to both populations taking place? Will that affect the behavior of the network? And indeed, this was detrimental. And for no combination of parameters could we get a valid network response. So interim conclusions for this part. Our analysis showed that the mean of the input to the population of the excitatory cell was important for this power and frequency shift, and the heterogeneity of the input was important for the power decay. And the contrast modulated effects should be on the excitatory cells, whereas for the inhibitory cells, this should be modeled as a fixed and a moderate input. And moving on to the last part of the modeling work, one pending question was still why does gamma oscillation destabilize at high contrast? What is really the underlying mechanism? And who is to blame, let's say? Is it the excitatory population, is it the inhibitory population, or is it the interplay between the two? Now, as a reminder, we had one key observation that the input increased heterogeneity modulated by contrast seemed to be, was found to be crucial for us to observe this power decay. And we also noted that if we are modulating the input on the inhibitory cells with contrast, then this disrupts the rhythm altogether. So that led us to the question whether the input that each population is giving to each other and itself is dominated somehow by the other one. So we calculated the balance of the intra-network inputs for each population. This is for the excitatory and this is for the inhibitory. So we found that for the excitatory cells, there was overall dominance of the inhibitory input across all contrasts, whereas for the inhibitory cells, there was an interesting turning point about the time that the power decay starts. So at that time, the overall inhibition starts being dominated by excitation. So something happens around that time that causes the inhibitory cells to be mostly excited rather than inhibited. And this is important for us because the inhibitory cells are the ones that keep things in place. They're the ones that are firing around gamma rhythm, and they're the ones that are the pacemakers and keep the rhythm steady. So this is an interesting evidence here that their pacemaking activity is disrupted. Now, to investigate this further, we assessed each population synchronicity between themselves in terms of this, the spikes, phase locking value to the rhythm, and their coefficient of variation. We see here that both of them seem to be locked and then start being unlocked as contrast is modulated. The inhibitory cells are highly correlated and become more regular, whereas the excitatory cells are not very correlated and they're quite irregular. So as this evidence here was showing that the cells were phase locked, they had a similar behavior. This caused us to wonder, are all cells doing exactly the same thing, or are there subpopulations in each group that are behaving differently? So we performed here a clustering and we found two groups, one that is strongly coupled to the rhythm and one that follows this power decay that we're observing. Further investigation showed that in the strongly coupled group, we had a set of excitatory cells that were initially coupled to the rhythm, but then started decoupling. Now, this is quite interesting now because it indicates that perhaps this power decay that we're observing at high input strengths is due to the increase of heterogeneity of the input to the excitatory cells that results in them starting to leave the dance, let's say. They're less and less locked as contrast increases. And this more irregular firing of the excitatory cells seems to be disrupting this semi-periodic input that the inhibitory cell required to sufficiently synchronize the network. So the take-home message from this work was that we were able to develop and validate generative models of gamma oscillations in the visual cortex using empirical constraints from multiple scales. And our key findings was a novel route to gamma instability involving the heterogeneity of excitatory cells and the increasing input triggering of a breakdown of the inhibitory cell pacemaker function. One might ask, why is this significant? There's quite a lot of work on trying to understand the gamma generation and the oscillation generation in the brain, because it's important to know how you can generate it so that you can enable stable entrainment and use it for pathological cases where these oscillations are not in the physiological range. Okay, and this work was possible due to funding from the European Union, from FP7 under the Human Brain Project umbrella, and was done in collaboration with a very talented group of scientists in Cyprus and in the Netherlands. Okay, so shifting gears now to a different type of networks used to integrate multiple sources of data. Again, let me provide a couple of slides of background on this. Networks are essentially a very convenient model for us to collect a set of interacting objects of a complex system and describe their pairwise relationships. So by doing so, one can uncover interesting properties of a system. And as we know in complex systems, It's not enough to be looking at what each individual node is doing. It's important to be looking at it as a whole, as the whole is often greater than the sum of its parts. And in biology, there are opportunities to construct networks across many different levels, all the way from the genomic and the molecular level to the cellular, the models that we just looked before that were also dynamic, and all the way up to social networks. So the idea is to construct these networks and in order to help us understand how they're organized, what are the causal relationships, and ideally predict their behavior. These are some examples of biological networks. The first one is a protein-protein interaction network that each edge here means that experiments have been done that show that these two proteins can interact. This is a pathway network containing genes, enzymes, metabolites, and so on. This is a gene regulatory network that tells us how genes interact with each other. And this is an expression network obtained by a certain experiment showing how each gene expressed and how correlated its expression was with other genes. Now, you might have heard that currently in biology, one of the biggest challenges is not finding data. There's tons of data available. There's an explosion of data generation across multiple levels. But a key challenge appears to be how do we make sense of all this data together? How do we integrate this data in order to help us better understand, for example, a certain disease? So this is one challenge we set out to explore. A couple of years ago, we developed a network-based method to integrate multiple sources of information with the aim to better understand the underlying mechanism of diseases. And our first case study was Alzheimer's. This is the most common form of dementia in the world and is expected to rise dramatically in the following years in terms of prevalence. It has certain characteristic hallmarks, and it has both a genetic component, but also an environmental component. So our first step here was to, first of all, collect the different type of information and construct networks based on that. So we collected information of relevant genes, relevant pathways, drugs that target these relevant genes, and so on. And we translated these different types of information into gene-to-gene networks. An example here will be these two genes are connected if they are both targeted by the same drug, or these two are connected if they are both members of the same pathway. So by making this translation, we were then able to integrate all these networks into one network where we aggregate all the specific edge information in the overall edge. You might see here that there's different sizes of the nodes. This is because we also integrated the gene-specific information. So if a gene was relevant to the disease because it's a drug target or because it has genetic variation that makes you more likely to get the disease, this is additional information for this gene. So we're also including this as a score for each node. Now, since our goal was to rank the genes in terms of importance to the disease, we generated a score that combined both the gene-specific score and the topological score. So this part here is essentially the weighted degree in the network. So by combining the two, we have one score per gene. We have a scored gene that then allows us to pick up the top genes that are relevant to the disease and proceed with further analysis, such as pathway analysis. The reason we're doing this ranking is because if you're doing experiments, it's 20,000 genes, for example. You can't proceed with the analysis with so many genes. You need some ways to rank them in terms of importance. So having this top list of genes, we then mapped them onto relevant pathways. This is now a network of pathways, and this is an example of how the relevant pathways will look like corresponding to our top genes. And here we used the methods for shortest path to find missing links and create a fully connected graph with the assumption that missing links here might be also relevant for our disease. And we also use some clustering algorithms to group them into groups based on their topology, considering that this will allow us to group them also in terms of function. So to summarize, the integration method, although it relies on quite simple mathematics, it allowed us to tackle a complex problem of integrating in one way various sources of information. And this was done on a network-based approach. This allowed us to aggregate gene-specific information and gene-to-gene information into one overall score, choose the best genes, and perform a pathway analysis on them and identify some comprehensive functional pathway groups for further investigation. Now, the method I just talked about served as a starting point for various other applications. So for other diseases such as Huntington disease, spastic ataxia, and idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, we applied a similar analysis. But we've also used these integration methods for developing other methods to study pathway communities in disease, drug repurposing, which was applied in COVID-19, biomarker discovery, this is ongoing work, and also we're developing some network rewiring methods that are assisted by the integrated approach. I won't go into detail in this, I will just show two of our applications. So something that is quite interesting in networks is how we can assess how similar networks are between them. And this has a direct application in biology where we have different stages of a disease and we want to see how measurements from patients corresponding to genetic networks change across time. So we used the integrated network of key genes as a scaffold, and we mapped expression data on this network to assess how it changes across stages. And this is some preliminary results here, where we see not only how each gene changes its behavior across stages, but also how it changes its interaction with other genes. Now, this is the drug repurposing study that we undertook when the whole pandemic story started. We kind of came together from different disciplines to try to contribute in some way towards finding candidate drugs using computational approaches. This is a very long pipeline of collecting different data sets and processing them in different ways and integrating them in order to result to top genes that were then used to match available drugs that are out there for other diseases that could be repurposed for COVID. This is how the integration network looked like for this case. These are all the different types of data that were available in that time in May 2020. So these were the pathways that we then obtained by analyzing these genes. And these were some of the drugs that were highlighted by our analysis and by the curation of a set of experts we collaborated. So this is just to show, I'm sorry, I'm going through this very quickly, it's just to show some possible applications of these methods. So as a take-home message on this, we developed a simple network-based approach to integrate multi-source data, which allowed us to, on one hand, integrate this type of different source data knowledge and prioritize genes based on that to optimize further disease-related pathway selection. This analysis has served as a stepping stone for drug repurposing studies, pathway-related studies, as well as stage comparison. And one might ask again, why is this useful? Well, we're moving now into an era of what is called personalized medicine, where we're dreaming of a time where people will be able to get a personalized diagnosis or a personalized drug treatment based on data collected from themselves. So it's a key challenge in this field, trying to integrate different types of data, whether this is a signal from the brain or a molecular data that comes from a blood analysis and so on. So still at the starting point, but this is where this integration of multi-source data is expected to go. So I've presented two sides of my research personality, let's say. The aim is to be able to map these two. So we have on one side these dynamical networks of neurons interacting, and we have on the other side these static networks that are obtained from the molecular level. And the hope here is that we will be able to bridge them somehow, so that since one affects the other, identify how we can actually model these interactions in phenomenological ways, probably, because these are both two very complex systems, but it's very interesting to see how these two levels talk to each other. So this work was done in the Cyprus Institute of Neurology and Genetics. This is a newly founded group headed by George Spirou. Some of us are associate scientists leading different directions, and we are accompanied by a very talented set of postdocs and PhD students that make our daily work very pleasurable through the collaboration with them. Apologies for sneaking this in, although it's not part of the abstract, but I just wanted to present some results that we recently had that I thought might be of interest. So this is a bonus part on some network-based approaches that we have used to study gender representation in science. And I thought this might be interesting, and as this is a very nice event celebrating women mathematicians, so I thought to sneak this in as the final part. So we were interested to see to explore the trends of gender parity within an institute. And since we had access to multiple sets of data from our institute, we thought that was a good starting point. So we initially did a very basic analysis to assess gender representation across different divisions, different years of service, and different student admissions. And there was overall surprisingly an abundance of females versus males in most divisions. But the one interesting part was that when we grouped employees based on their ranking, and I'm referring now only to the research group, because there's also the clinical aspect in our institute and the administration. But in the research part, there was an interesting accumulation of female scientists in the lower ranks, whereas in the higher ranks, there was either equal representation or high representation of male researchers. And this is an observation that one sees often in science, in particular in STEM fields. But we thought, okay, let's look at this with a different point of view. So we constructed a co-authorship network of the researchers in our institute, and all these are essentially authors that have a link to each other if they have authored at least one paper, if they have co-authored at least one paper together, and annotated based on their gender. This is the same graph, but annotated based on their department. So the first interesting observation here was that, in fact, the collaboration was not determined by gender, so it wasn't more likely for people of the same gender to collaborate together, but it was mainly determined by their department affiliation. Another observation, when we assessed the influence of each author based on network centralities. So for example, degree, how many connections does one author has, or betweenness, how often do you find this author to be a bridge between different departments, let's say. So we assessed a few of these centralities, and we found a significant, statistically significant difference in these distributions with an advantage to the male group, let's say. So they were more influential, let's say, in the network overall. When we looked into the interaction of gender and rank, both of them were important in shaping the influence of these nodes in the network. However, we looked at this a bit further. We wondered what will happen if we considered the seniority. So each department has a head of a department, right? And this the heads are often participating in all, if not most, publications. So we wanted to assess whether if you are a head or not, whether there are differences if you are male or female within each group. And we actually didn't find any significant differences, meaning that once you are a head of the department, regardless of whether you are a woman or a man, your influence was similar. So as long as career progression is ensured for both genders, there was no difference observed, at least, with this metric that we implemented here. So finally, I just wanted to say that we don't currently have a network of women mathematicians in Cyprus, but this is one of the things I've been trying to set up as part of my coordinated Cyprus coordinated role in the European Women in Mathematics and ambassador for the Committee for Women in Mathematics of the IMU. We've been organizing various initiatives in Cyprus to discuss challenges in science and so on. But I think by creating networks and linking to other networks in Bulgaria and other networks in nearby countries, it will be one way to highlight, exchange best practices and support each other. So that's all from me. Thank you once more for the invitation to be here today. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. For the very interesting and very inspiring talk. So are there some questions, remarks, comments? Okay, it seems there is no such. So thank you again. Thank you for all speakers, you and Tasnif, for today. It was very, very inspiring to me and very nice to hear so different aspects of mathematics and bioinformatics, if I can say this. Mm-hmm. Or I can't exactly determine what is the
yes. And bioinformatics, computational biology, it's quite interchangeable these days,
it's
right?
Lots of, but it was very, indeed, very interesting with lots of pictures and lots of nice explanation about the processes and everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, goodbye, everyone. We're closing the morning section of the Women in Mathematics today. So bye.
So this seems to be the last session of this year's meeting Women in Mathematics in Southeastern Europe, organized by the International Center for Mathematical Sciences. And we start with a talk by Professor Adela Mihai from the Department of Mathematics and Computer Science, Technical University of Civil Engineering, Bucharest, and Transylvania University of Brașov from Romania. The title of the talk is New Characterizations of Rectifying Curves. And please, you can share the screen with your talk. Okay, it's in now.
Thank you.
So please, we have the floor.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here. The title of my talk is Rectifying Curves, New Characterizations. And this is a joint work with my colleagues from the Department of Mathematics and Computer Science from Technical University of Civil Engineering, Bucharest. In fact, this is a result of a very, very short internal project. We had a research competition this summer. The project was for 4 months only. And let me just read now the names of my colleagues. Marilena Gianu, Severa Chimescu, Leonardo Uș, Olimpia Alice Roman, and Daniel Tudor. And I'd like to specify that Olimpia Alice Roman is still a student. So we are very glad to work with students under this project. A short presentation of my talk. What a rectifying curve is a twist curve. By twist curve, we mean the curve has non-zero curvature and torsion. A rectifying curve is a twist curve with the property that all its rectifying planes pass through a fixed point. If this fixed point is the origin of the Cartesian coordinate system, then the position vector of the rectifying curve always lies in the rectifying plane. A remarkable property of these curves is that the ratio between torsion and curvature is a linear function, non-constant linear function, in fact, of the arc length parameter. We will give a new characterization of rectifying curves. Actually, we will prove that a curve is a rectifying curve if and only if it has a spherical involute. In consequence, rectifying curves can be constructed as evolutes of spherical twist curves. And we present an example of a rectifying curve obtained as the evolute of a spherical helix. And we will also express the curvature and the torsion of a rectifying spherical curve and give necessary and sufficient conditions for a curve and its involute to be both rectifying curves. Noun results. The term rectifying curve was introduced not so long ago by Professor Bang and Chen in its paper, When Does the Position Vector of a Space Curve Always Lie in its Rectifying Plane?, published in the American Mathematical Monthly in 2003. So Professor Chen defined a rectifying curve as a curve whose position vector always lies in its rectifying plane. However, 10 years ago, it was a paper published by Kim, Chung, and Cho in Hona Mathematical Journal about space curves satisfying the property torsion over curvature equals AS plus B. So they studied the properties of such space curves. And the authors proved in 1993 that a curve has this property if and only if there exists a point such that all the rectifying planes to the curve pass through this point. By a translation, any curve of this type having tau over k equals AS plus B turns out to be a rectifying curve in the restricted sense of Chen. In this study, we consider the rectifying definition for rectifying curve used by Kim and his co-authors. The geometric properties of rectifying curves are presented in detail in the above mentioned paper of Bang and Chen, published in 2003, which is the first paper in which the rectifying curve term was introduced. But also there is another paper of Bang and Chen and Frankie Dillon, published 2 years later in 2005 in Bulletin of the Institute of Mathematics Academia Sinica, named Rectifying Curves as Centroids and Extremal Curves, where the authors studied also the geometric properties of rectifying curves. Mainly, it is shown that any rectifying curve has a parametrization of this form, x of t equals a secant t plus t0 times y of t, where y is a unit speed curve on a unit sphere, S2, and t0, some constants, a and t0, some constants, a positive. There is another paper of Professor Chen, published in 2017, Rectifying Curves and Geodesics on a Cone in the Euclidean Tree Space, in Tamkang Journal of Mathematics, where Chen proved that a geodesic on a conical surface is either a rectifying curve or an open portion of a ruling. We'll come back to this result of Chen when we'll present the example. The relationship between rectifying curves and the notion of centroids in mechanics was pointed out in the paper of Chen and Dillon, published in 2005 and mentioned above. And also it was developed later in 2018, in fact, not so long ago, by Deschmuth, Chen, and Al-Shamari in the paper published in Turkish Journal of Mathematics on rectifying curves in Euclidean tree space. The centroid of a curve is a curve defined by the Darboux vector tau t plus kb, where tau is the torsion, t the tangent, k the curvature, and b the binormal. More precisely, Chen and Dillon proved that the centroid of a unit speed curve with constant non-zero curvature and non-constant torsion is a rectifying curve. And the same result holds for a curve with constant non-zero torsion and non-constant curvature. And a generalization of these results is given in 2018 by Deschmuth and his co-authors, where it is proved that the centroid of a twist non-helical curve is a rectifying curve if and only if the curvature k, the torsion tau, are not both constants, and if they satisfy a non-homogeneous linear equation, a very simple form, ak minus b tau equals c, a, b non-zero at the same time, and c non-zero. Also, for a twist non-helical curve, the dilated centroid defined by 1 over k times d, the centroid, which means is equals to tau over k tangent times tangent plus b, the b normal, is a rectifying curve. Until now, I just presented the known results, and let me now go into some preliminaries. We denote it as usual by E3, the Euclidean tree space with its standard inner product, E, a real interval, and X defined on with values in the Euclidean tree space, a space curve of class C infinitely, parameterized by the arc length S. So we consider a unit speed curve. The unit vector field T equals derivative of X is, as we all know, the tangent vector field. The curvature of a curve X is a positive definite function defined as the norm of T prime. And assuming that K of S greater than 0 for any S, define the principal normal vector field as n equals 1 over k derivative of t. Since the inner product t times t equals 1, it follows immediately that derivative of t in the scalar product with t is 0. It means that n, the principal normal, is of course orthogonal to t, and the binormal vector field is defined as by the cross product t cross product n. The torsion of the curve is the function tau, defined by the equation derivative of b equals minus tau n. And we all know that the orthogonal unit vectors t, n, and b form the well-known Frenet frame or Frenet triedron. And of course, the vector fields t, n, and b satisfy the following Frenet-Serre formulas. Derivative of t equals kn, derivative of n equals minus kt plus tau b, derivative of b equals minus tau n. At each point of the curve, the planes determined by Tn, Tb, and Nb are respectively known as the osculating plane, the rectifying plane, and the normal plane. So we are very much interested in curves having the position vector lying in the rectifying plane, spanned by T and B. We'll give now the rigorous definitions. In the following, we consider X on I having values in E3, a unit speed curve of class C infinite with non-zero curvature for all S. And a curve X is said to be a rectifying curve if there exists a point x0 in the three-dimensional Euclidean space, which belongs to all the rectifying planes to the curve. And such a point, which is unique determined, is said to be the reference point of the rectifying curve. This is the second definition for rectifying curve used by Chen later in 2017. It means that by previous definition, a rectifying curve can be written as x0, that point, plus a combination of t and b, where lambda and mu are functions of class C infinite, but these functions cannot be arbitrary and they have a well-defined form established by the following theorem given in both articles by Chen in 2003, but also established 10 years in advance by Kim and his authors. So lambda and mu have the following simple forms. Lambda equals s plus a constant nu, and mu is indeed a constant. So the theorem is the following. The unit speed curve x is a rectifying curve if and only if there exists a point, reference point x0 in the Euclidean tree space, and the constants nu and mu with mu non-zero, such that x has this expression x0 plus s plus nu times t plus mu times b. As you already said, a rectifying curve can be also defined by the ratio tau over k. It's a well-known result in the geometry of space curves that a generalized helix is a space curve for which the ratio tau over k is a non-constant 0. For rectifying curves, the ratio tau over k must be a non-constant linear function of arc length s. And then we just differentiated the expression of the rectifying curve and use Frenet-Serret formulas. And then we obtain x prime equals, of course, the tangent vector, and which is p plus s plus nu kn minus mu tau times n. So from here, tau over k equals 1 over mu s plus nu over mu. And we see that the ratio tau over s is a linear function of arc length s. Immediately, the next theorem follows. This theorem also belongs to the same two papers I already mentioned. So the unit speed curve x is a rectifying curve if and only if there exist constants alpha and beta such that alpha non-zero to be a linear function, tau over k equals alpha s plus beta of this shape. Moreover, the following theorem gives necessary and sufficient conditions for a rectifying curve to lie on a sphere. A unit speed rectifying curve lying on a sphere of radius r has the curvature and the torsion expressed by the following equation. So this is the curvature and this is the torsion. Relations 7 and 8. And moreover, conversely, I think I can hear some noise, or if the curvature and the torsion of the curve are given by 7 and 8, then the curve is a spherical rectifying curve.
Please stop talking some other people.
Voi Valenkom govori, аз ще му звънна по телефона.
May go further on.
Sorry.
May I continue? Or
Включен ти е микрофона и се чуваш.
yes, okay.
I
So
hope
this
so.
is the
Sorry,
no
Mina.
problem. So this is the first result we obtained in our paper. The proof is not very complicated, it's technical one. So we started with a unit speed rectifying curve that lies on a sphere of radius r centered at C0. And we differentiated the relations above. Also, we use the Frene-Serre formulas. So we obtained very useful relations, 14, 15, and 16, relating the curvature and torsion. Also, we obtain from here relation 17, so very, very simple calculations. And after replacing this in number 16, we obtain derivative of eta equals tau over k. Since x is a rectifying curve, there exists alpha and beta such that the ratios satisfy equation 6. And then the last relation we had can be obtained by integration. And then we obtain number 19. Again, from a previous equation, we obtain 1 over k square plus 1 over 2 alpha s square plus b s plus gamma square equals r square. So from here, we obtain the shapes of k and consequently the shape of tau. Conversely, if we consider a curve x with the curvature k and torsion tau given by the formulas from our theorem, then tau over k is alpha s plus beta, hence x is a rectifying curve, and by a straightforward calculation, we prove that 1 over k square plus 1 over tau, 1 over k, derivative of 1 over k, everything square equals r square. And according to a known result in classical differential geometry, I just refer here a book, an old book from 1961. It means that the curve lies on the sphere of radius r. The involute of a rectifying curve. An involute of a space curve is a curve, we denoted the initial curve by x, is a curve y lying on a surface generated by the tangent lines to x and having the properties that these tangent lines are orthogonal to the corresponding tangent lines to y. So I just put here a small photo from a book which we use very often. Also is a very, very good books for problems of differential geometry and very useful for us and for our students. So here is the initial curve x. In this book, the involute is denoted by x star. We denoted in our paper but y. But I just put this figure to show exactly what an involute is. So if we take the tangent lines at x and tangent lines at x star, which in our paper is denoted by y, then the two tangents are orthogonal in corresponding points. And in this case, x star here, which again is y in our paper, is called the involute of x. It can be proved that the involute y of the initial curve x is of the form x equals, y equals x plus c minus st, where c is a constant. If x is a rectifying curve, because we'd like to consider rectifying curves and study its involutes, and y is one of its involute, of course defined by formula 22, one can write the involute y as x0 plus c plus nu t plus mu times b. So it means that the norm of y minus x0 is a constant. So the following theorem is proved. Any involute of a rectifying curve lies on a sphere centered at the reference point. It's a very, very simple property, but I think it's a very geometrical one. Also, the next theorem is established in which conditions an involute of a rectifying curve is also a rectifying curve. And we prove the following result. Let x be a rectifying curve. Then, and let y be an involute of x of this shape, as we already said. Then y is also a rectifying curve if and only if the curvature k of the curve x, the initial one, is expressed by k of x s equals, it has this expression, where delta and gamma, which appear here, are real constants with gamma non-zero. The proof is based by the relations between the Frene triedron of the two curves. There are some technical, geometrical and not so difficult to prove relations. So we needed to have the relations between the two Frenet triedrons of the curves x and y, which are written in formulas 31. Is nice because t tilde, which is the tangent of y, equals the normal of x, and tilde is expressed by t and b tilde is also expressed by t and b. And also, we give the relations between the curvature k tilde and torsion tau tilde of y via curvature and torsion of the initial curve x. Then we prove that tau tilde over k tilde has this expression. And the involute y is a rectifying curve if and only if the derivative of tau tilde over k tilde, and this is the arc length parameter of the second curve y, is a constant. So it follows that the curvature K must satisfy the following differential equation, which turns to be a Bernoulli equation, and we solve it by hand. And the general solution of this equation is given by the formula I presented in the theorem. So Y is the involute is also a rectifying curve if and only if the curvature of the initial rectifying curve X is expressed by formula 26. One remark. During the proof, we remark that tau tilde cannot be 0. So we conclude that the involute of a rectifying curve is always a non-planar curve. Moreover, can be proved that if a rectifying curve X has an involute Y, which is a rectifying curve, then any other involute of X is not a rectifying curve. Because, of course, by the definition, we've seen that a curve has many involutes, not only one. Also, if the curve X and its involute Y are both, one of its involute Y are both rectifying curves, they cannot have the same reference point. So the rectifying planes of X have reference point which is not the same as with the rectifying planes which belongs to Y. Let us now consider the evolute of a rectifying curve. So the evolute is the pair of the involute. It means that an evolute of a curve Y is a curve X with the property that Y is in an involute of X. And again, we took a small photo from the same book. So here, the curves are X and X star. Let Y be a unit speed curve with the Frene frame T tilde, M tilde, B tilde, the curvature K tilde, and the torsion tau tilde. If X is an evolute of Y, which means, again, that Y is an involute of X, then the vector X minus Y is orthogonal to T tilde. So it means that the vector X minus Y can be expressed as a linear combination of M tilde and B tilde, where lambda and theta are two functions such that X prime is collinear to X minus Y. By straightforward computations and by differentiation step by step, we obtain, the following. Any evolute of a curve Y has the expression X equals Y plus 1 over K tilde times M tilde minus tangent T B tilde, where T is a primitive of the torsion tau tilde. We needed the expression of the evolute of a curve for our next calculations, of course. We point out also that if the evolute x of a curve y is a rectifying curve, then y must be a non-planar curve that lies on a sphere centered at the reference point. And we prove in the next theorem that any evolute of any spherical non-planar curve is a rectifying curve. So more precisely, the evolutes, there are many, all evolutes of a spherical non-planar curve are rectifying curves, and moreover, we know precisely the point where the rectifying planes meet. So the reference point is the center of that sphere. And here is the proof of the theorem. Again, we use the relations between the two Frenet frames of x and y. And finally, we prove that x minus c0 can be expressed by lambda t plus tau b. It means that x is a rectifying curve, of course, having the reference point C0, and C0 is the center of the sphere. The next corollary establishes a new defining feature of rectifying curves. So, a curve X is a rectifying curve if and only if it has a spherical involute. We prove that. In this case, the reference point of X is exactly the center of the sphere. And moreover, all the involutes of X lie on concentric spheres centered at this point. Of course, our target was to complete our study on involute and evolute of a rectifying curve, to find an example and to construct new rectifying curves, or more precisely, to find new method for the construction of rectifying curves from our theoretical results. So far, until now, there exist two main sources for the construction of rectifying curves. The first one, a rectifying curve can be constructed as dilation of a unit speed spherical curves, and also as dilated centroids of some type of curves. So those results are included in the papers of Chen and Dillon or Deschmuth, published between 2003 and 2018. Just recall them quickly. So this is the main theorem and the first theorem which Chen proved. If y is a unit speed curve that lies on the unit sphere S2 and is not an arc of a great circle, so not on a geodesic, then the curve defined by this expression is a rectifying curve. So this is the way to construct rectifying curve, by taking y, a unit speed curve, which lies on the unit sphere, and x has this expression related to y. In 2018, Deschmuth and his authors, they said that if y is a unit speed curve, which is neither a planar curve nor a helix, such that the curvature K and torsion tau are not both constants. And if K and tau satisfy a non-homogeneous linear equation of this form, then if we construct the centroid of Y, this centroid is also a rectifying curve. So by this theorem, they gave another method to construct rectifying curves. Also, they constructed the dilated centroid, and this is also a rectifying curve by multiplying the centroid with ratio 1/k. So by our result, we introduced a new method for constructing rectifying curves, and more precisely, we considered spherical twist curves. And then we theoretically prove that their evolutes are rectifying curves. So let me present you an example. We consider the spherical helix Y that lies on the unit sphere S2. So it means that Y has the parametrization cosine t cosine AT plus 1/a sine t sine AT, cosine t sine AT minus 1/a sine t cosine AT, square root a square minus 1/a sine t, where t belongs to the interval minus pi/2 pi/2, and a is a greater than 1 constant. So this is a spherical helix, and its image is on the unit sphere S2. We calculated the unit vectors of the Frenet frame of the curve Y, and they are given by formulas 6t, t tilde, n tilde, b tilde. And we calculated the curvature k tilde and the torsion tau tilde, and they are given by these very nice formulas: 1/cosine t, respectively 1/square root a square minus 1 cosine t. Standard calculations. If S is the arc length parameter of Y, then S of t will be square root a square minus 1 times 1 plus sine t, and ds/dt will be, of course, square root a square minus 1 cosine t. So we use formula 50. May I go back for a while? This one, x equals y plus 1/k square times n square minus tangent of t, where t is the primitive of the torsion, times b tilde. To construct an evolute of y. And this evolute is, by our theoretical result, a rectifying curve. First, we calculated the primitive of the torsion, which has very simple shape, is t plus a constant capital C. And then the following family of rectifying curves was obtained. X of t equals, so the first component is minus sine C sine AT over A cosine t plus C. Sine C cosine AT A cosine t plus C minus sine C square root A square minus 1 A cosine t plus C. So we think this is a nice shape. So this family of rectifying curves, they are expressed by nice components. And why they are nice? Why we say they are nice? Because we remark that any rectifying curve defined by the previous formula can be written, can be seen as a dilation of a unit speed circle on the sphere S2. So if we denote sign C, capital C equals small c, we can write x of t equals c secant t plus c zeta of t, which of course agrees with the characterization which Chen gave. We also remark that all rectifying curves defined by 64 lie on the cone. So if we calculate, in fact, we can just verify that x squared plus y squared equals z squared over a squared minus 1. And moreover, the rectifying curves defined by the formula 64 are geodesic on this cone, which again fits the characterization of such curves given by Bang and Chen. We try to make a figure. So we took A equals 6 and we obtain 3 rectifying curves as evolutes of y given by the formula 64, respectively for capital C equals 2, capital C equals 2.2, and capital C equals 2.4. So we obtain this. So this is the spherical helix, the initial curves, and colored with red, blue, and green. There are 3 rectifying curves construct from the spherical helix. And all 3 of them, drawn here, are geodesic on the cone I mentioned. So the results we obtained were obtained in very, very short period. We'll continue our study. But the details can be found in paper in mathematics, which just appeared. It was an invited paper and appeared in the special issue Differential Geometry Theory and Applications Part 2. Here. And we've just seen that there is another paper. So here is our paper. But there is another paper, the next paper, published paper, was also on rectifying curves and also the centroids, but some geometrical properties of light-like rectifying curves in Minkowski tree space. In fact, there are not many papers on rectifying curves yet. So I hope we can still get some studies, more studies on it. And also, I'm very glad that just this morning we received the good news that our paper is in fact the cover story of the latest volume in Mathematics, Mathematics Volume 9, Issue 23. Probably the editors like our image. So they put the sphere with helix and the 3 evolutes on the cover of the volume 9 of Mathematics. So it was a very nice surprise we received this morning by email. And here are just a few references, but I also prefer to write the whole reference in the text. Thank you very much again for the invitation. I am very honored to present here a few results I obtained together with my colleagues. Thank you very much. And I hope I gave the link, I sent the link to my colleague, Marilena Gianu. I don't know if is she here or not. or probably she was here. I don't know. I did not check. Thank you very much once more.
Thank you also very much for your talk. If you have some short comments or questions to Adela. Okay, let us thank again to the speaker, and we have some break until 10 minutes after 3. And we meet again. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, because yesterday it was some problem with 1 hour difference in time, and Daniela from Serbia was late when we closed the session. Now it is the schedule to be Biljana from Macedonia, but maybe she has the same problem with 1 hour difference later, but Daniela is here. So I suggest to make replacement and the time planned for Biljana now to have the yesterday talk by Daniela, and Biljana maybe appear just 1 hour later. So I'm pleased to present our colleague from Novi Sad University, Serbia, Daniela Reiter-Čirić, with her and the team around her. In Novi Sad, we have bilateral agreement by academies, but unfortunately, last year and a half, we cannot exchange visits and make some joint events, only some Zoom meetings we had. So we hope to continue next year. So now the talk of Daniela is on application of fractional calculus in solving some deterministic and stochastic partial differential equations. And I give floor to her to present the talk.
Thank you, Virginia. Yes, I will share my screen. But before that, I would like to thank Virginia, to you, to the organizer, to Professor Velichka Milousheva for giving me the opportunity to give this talk. Also, I would like to apologize once again to the organizers and of course to all participants for missing my talk, which was scheduled for yesterday. As Virginia explained, there was a kind of mess about this time difference, and I think that this corona really somehow made us not traveling, and we forgot about this time distance between different places. So I completely forgot. Sorry for that. And the organizers were full of understanding and nice, and they gave me another opportunity. So I would like to thank them again for this second opportunity to give my talk. So I will share my screen now. Just a moment. I believe that just a moment. Share. Can you see it?
Yeah.
And maybe this one is better. Can you see it now? I use this full screen mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. So as Virginia said, the title of my talk is Application of Fractional Calculus in Solving some Deterministic and Stochastic PDEs. We have a small group here in the Novi Sad that is interested in fractional calculus, and one of the members of that group MI, and a lot of my, actually all of my papers are done with either Professor Mirjana Stojanovic, who passed away almost 10 years ago, or my PhD student who defended his thesis, Miloš Japunjic. I mean, now I'm talking just about fractional calculus papers. And these results that I will present to you today are all done with my PhD student, Miloš Japunjic. Okay, and first a small introduction. Fractional calculus, of course, is very, very useful in studying many problems that appear in real life. And as we know, it show up to be very effective when we are dealing with problems that that include memory effect issues. And in that problems, using fractional calculus is much better than the ordinary one, I would say. And of course, that due to that fact, and not only that fact, due to many reasons, the application of fractional calculus is widespread. And I would say that today we use fractional calculus in many different areas. Of course, that it's mostly in physics and mechanics, engineering, but also many other researchers also use fractional calculus approach. And for instance, biology, population theory, fluid mechanics, electrochemistry, optics, and so on, and so on. Okay, and when it comes to fractional partial differential equations, then we always have the problem that many of those equations could not be solved analytically. So usually we face and we use some numerical methods for solving fractional equations. And here on the screen, you can see some of these numerical methods. Me and my PhD student, we actually decided not to use numerics since neither of us is expert in numerics, but we were actually interested in the possibility to try to solve some specific equation by some method that include operational approach, I would say. So we use operator theory, as you will see. So in our solving procedure, first of all, we use regularized derivatives. You will see later what regularized derivatives are. And we will use the theory of a generalized uniformly continuous semigroup of operators. For equations that we have considered, we established and prove the results that are concerning existence and that are concerning uniqueness of solution within certain generalized function space. I will talk about that spaces later. What actually are we doing? So we are not considering the original problem, but we replace the original problem by approximate one, and we obtain that approximate problem by using regularized derivatives. Then we solve that approximate problem, but of course we have to justify our procedure. So we actually prove that under certain conditions, operators of non-regularized problem and this corresponding regularized problems are associated. And even more, not just operator, but in many cases we also have that solutions of these two problems are associated as well. So that's how we justify our procedure and why actually can we introduce and use these regularized derivatives. Okay, and now I will mention some of the equations that we have studied and considered. For instance, fractional evolution equations with variable coefficients. You can see it on the screen. Here, from the left-hand side, we have Caputo fractional derivative, which in general can be of order alpha, which is in the interval from 0 to 2. You will see it's an operator that admits integer or fractional order space derivatives with variable coefficients depending on x. Then we have this source f. It's a certain function, and we can of course change the conditions that that function satisfy. Then of course we have initial conditions. This second initial condition of course only stands in case where alpha is between 1 and 2. We also work in infinite domain. When we started to work in this area, we find a lot of papers, but most of them were dealing with finite domain, so not infinite domain, and also most of them were considering equations with constant coefficients. And here we are considering equations with variable coefficients. And of course, time and time-space inhomogeneous fractional diffusion equations, fractional reaction advection diffusion equations, and fractional wave equations, for instance, are actually special cases of this equation above. So, as I said, for instance, in our first paper, which was published in FCAA, we considered fractional reaction advection diffusion equation, such a long name, and you can see this equation on the screen. So again,
sorry, Daniela.
Yes.
If I have only the problem that I see same slide 16, the first one. If the other people see the next slides or something is.
I am changing my slides all the time.
What about the other audience?
She is 16.
So there is some problem. You should move to next slide. We still are on the first one with number 16 on our screen.
16.
The first one, fractional derivatives, Liouville fractional derivatives.
Well, what should I do? I don't know actually. I mean, maybe to stop for a minute and to send someone my PDF, but then I cannot.
Stop sharing and share it again. Please stop sharing and share it again.
Okay. That's the first logical step when something doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay, I have just stopped sharing my screen, and then I will share screen again. Okay, just a moment.
Now is 1. Okay. The first
can
one.
you? Okay, so now.
Earlier you started from 16 and it stayed only this one. So
and
now maybe it's okay. Now is slide 1, introduction, then we see.
Yes, but now I have problem because now I cannot change. Let me just try this. Escape this mode. Aha, yes, I can. Aha,
Now
something.
it's 2, okay.
Well, just aha. No, okay.
Okay.
Does it work now?
Now is the title page.
Yes. That's so sorry. Okay, Virginia, thank you very much. I was not aware that you could not see that I'm changing the slides. Okay, this is my title slide and a few words about introduction and these numerical methods that can be used for solving fractional PDEs. And a few words about our method, which I talked about. And then I said a few words about fractional evolution equations, and you can see it on the screen. And I did talk about what some parts of the equation represent. Do you want me to repeat that okay, maybe in just a few words. So here from the left-hand side, we have Caputo fractional derivative, which can be of the order from 0 to 2. We have first and second initial condition. The second initial condition stands only in case when alpha is between 1 and 2. As I said, we work with infinite domain. The operator A admits integer or fractional order space derivative with variable coefficients depending on x. I pointed out that we use variable coefficients, and then I came to this moment when Virginia stopped me, and this is this fractional reaction advection diffusion equation. So we can proceed now. So this is the equation. As you can see, it again has this Caputo fractional derivative, and we have now some other derivatives. I will mention them in just a few seconds. And in the, maybe just a few words about the equation first, that for instance, depending on what these derivatives that appear here are, and depending on coefficients, this equation can describe many other things. For instance, it can describe the transport of a chemical or biological tracer carried by water through a medium that is not that is uniform. Porous and saturated, for instance, it's very interesting in application, but also many other applications can be considered, as I said, depending on these coefficients and the derivatives that appear. Here we have alpha from that is an interval from 0 to 1, and pay attention, here we have these two space fractional derivatives. First one is of order beta, and beta is in the interval 0, 1, and gamma is the interval from 1 to 2. And for example, this fractional derivative can be, and we worked with left Liouville fractional derivative. Mostly we work with that one, but it can also be right Liouville derivative, or as you will see later in the paper that I will actually present here, it is Ries fractional derivative. So it can be all of these three. It changes the story a little bit, but nothing special. And of course, when alpha is equal to 1 and beta equal to 1 and gamma equal to 2, we obtain the classical reaction advection diffusion equation, so non-fractional. Okay. And another case, for instance, that we have studied is time and time-space fractional wave equations with space variable coefficients. You can see it on the slide, and okay, you cannot see, I think, the whole. Can you see the whole slide? No, because you can see my screen?
It's slide 6, okay.
Yeah. And here again we have Caputo fractional derivative from the left-hand side, but now it is of order, which is in the interval 1 to 2. And we have this from the right-hand side, we have a space fractional derivative of order beta in the interval 1 from 1 to 2. It can be equal to 2. And again, this derivative, the beta, can be left or right Liouville fractional derivative, or again can be Riesz fractional derivative. And for instance, we also worked with stochastic equations. Here is an example of nonlinear fractional stochastic heat equation. You can see it on the slide. So now we have the regular derivative from the, this non-fractional derivative from the left-hand side, or first order derivative from the left-hand side, but on the right-hand side, we have a fractional derivative, and now we use Riesz fractional derivative when solving this equation. And we have we again work with variable coefficients. So this k is depending on t and x. We have a force which is denoted by F, and pay attention that this F depends not only on x and t, but also on u. And also we have this sigma and p. I will say something more about them just in a minute. Alpha here is from interval 1, 2. Again, we work on infinite domain, and we have initial condition denoted by Q, and here P and Q are actually stochastic processes. So one can take them to be generalized white noise, but they don't have to be white noise processes. They can be other stochastic processes, generalized. The important thing is that they are of that they are having certain growth properties, as you will see. And we work in Colombo theory. Colombo theory is very effective when you deal with nonlinear problems, because when you work in generalized space of generalized function, then of course you cannot multiply distributions. So you need to find a way to avoid these problems. So one of the possible ways, there are many ways, but one of the possible ways to avoid the problem this nonlinearity brings is to work with the Colombo theory. I will present you a few minutes later Colombo spaces. Okay. And as I said, P and Q are certain Colombo processes, and these Colombo generalized stochastic processes that are appearing here are, well, I would say that they are very easy to deal with when you work in the spaces like we are working. I will show you later. So as I said, the important thing is to take care about their growth. Okay. Okay, I said that we use Riesz fractional derivative, and of course, again, as I said at the beginning, we establish and prove the result concerning the existence and uniqueness of the solution. And again, this solution is within certain Colombo space, and those solutions are obtained by using the theory of generalized uniform and continuous semi-group of operators. Okay, so we start with our equation, but now written in an operator form. So you see, we use this operator A alpha. Here you can see it what A alpha is. It is actually this thermal conductivity. This K actually represents thermal conductivity coefficient, since we talk about heat equation, and we have here Riesz fractional derivative. As I said, instead of this original problem, we solve an approximate problem. So we solve the problem with a tilde A alpha instead of A alpha, and we obtain this A tilde by regularizing Riesz derivative. So we regularize Riesz derivative. And we, as you will see, will prove that A alpha and A alpha tilde are L2 associated. And of course, we don't know whether our original problem has solution or not, but if it has solution, then solution to the original problem and solution to the approximate problems are also L2 associated, but of course, under some certain conditions, not always. Okay, a few words about fractional derivatives. Here on the slide, I'm just sorry, I don't pay attention on time since how many minutes I have. I started about when did I start?
Yeah, you have about 15 minutes yet.
15 minutes. Okay, just to know, because I will speed up a little bit. 15.
Even more. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. As you can see on the slide, this is the definition of the left-Liouville fractional derivative, and it is well known that this definition can be extended to a continuous linear map from the Sobolev spaces H alpha into L2, and this extension of the left-Liouville derivative will denote by this italic D. And the same thing you can do about the right-Liouville fractional derivative, and again you can extend that definition. And now the alpha Riesz fractional derivative, which is of order alpha, in general alpha is in the interval m-1 to n, where n is a natural number, is defined in the following way, as you can see it on the slide. So here you practically make a sum of the left and the right Liouville derivative, and you also use this coefficient. And what was important for us in this paper is the Fourier transform of the Riesz fractional derivative, and it is given here on the slide. And also, if we consider U as temporal function, then distribution, then you actually have this connection. And that is practically the reason why this Riesz fractional derivative is very nice to use. Because this is a connection of Riesz fractional derivative and with the fractional Laplacian. Okay, and a few words about, so that was, I'm speeding up a little bit now, but I could of course say more here, but just to justify why this Riesz fractional derivative is oftenly used. Okay, and a few words about Colombo spaces. I mean, if I would like to talk about Colombo theory, I could spend an hour just to talk about the spaces, but okay, here for you, few sentences just to get an idea what they are for. So first of all, we define this space of so-called moderate functions, which is the space of all function G epsilon that have following property, that for every t greater than 0, there exists c greater than 0 and the natural number n and epsilon, which is small, and such that this supremum in L infinity norm is what we say moderate. So it's less than c epsilon to the power minus n. And we can change this definition in a way that we can choose whether it works for all derivatives or some derivatives. Here we decided to work with H2. So for us, it is enough to have first two derivatives. So that's why alpha is 0, 1, or 2. It's the order of derivative. And if this is satisfied, then we say that this derivative is moderate or that it has moderate bound. So we start from this space of moderate function. Then we also defined the space of so-called negligible function. When the function is G epsilon is negligible, well, when the following is satisfied, that for every t and now every a real number, there exists c and var and this epsilon, such that supremum of this derivative in L infinity norm is less or equal than c epsilon to the power a. So when this is satisfied, we said that derivative, that L infinity norm of this derivative is negligible. And then you can show that actually both these spaces are algebras, and that not just that, but also this space of negligible function is an ideal of space of moderate function. And then you can actually make a factor algebra. And this factor algebra is actually what is this is a Colombo space, and this is the space of we call it the space of H2 infinity Colombo generalized functions. Of course, you can change instead of infinity, you can take L2 norm to consider if you need it. So then you can obtain H22 Colombo generalized functions, or you can change the order of derivative here in the definition itself, and then you can change this first number 2. So you can make all combinations depending on what space you need when you work with. Okay, and here are a few words about other Colombo spaces, but that we are using here, but I will not spend some time on those spaces since I don't have a lot of time, I think. But in a similar way, you can define some other Colombo spaces, and they are here on slide since we are using them in our solving procedure. Okay, so I will simply, for instance, these just a few words. Why did I put these spaces here? Because those spaces are the spaces for our initial conditions. So functions from those spaces will be our initial condition. Okay. And again, the whole story, both are algebras. One is ideal of another, so we make a factor algebra. And finally, if we omit variable t, similarly, we can define these free spaces. Okay, and now we can define the Colombo generalized stochastic process. And how do we do that? A GH2 infinity Colombo generalized stochastic process on probability space omega sigma mu is simply a mapping from a sample space omega to this Colombo algebra written previously, such that there exists a function u tilde with the following properties. I mean, I will not read all these spaces here, but the following properties you can see. First, for fixed epsilon, this mapping is jointly measurable. This is something that is needed in stochastic processes story. And again, the second condition is something that give us right to connect the whole story to the Colombo theory. So this mapping is an element of this moderate space, almost surely in omega. And this is actually, the element of this space is actually what we are going to call the representative of our stochastic process. So our stochastic process, Colombo general stochastic process, is an element of factor space, but it has a representative, which is an element of this moderate space. Okay, and similarly, one can define other Colombo generalized stochastic processes. I will skip it here. How do we do? I mean, we do that in exactly the same way. So here we had H2 L infinity because we use L infinity norm in the definition, and this one is the other one that is corresponding to the other definition that I gave. Okay, and a few words about smoothed white noise process. This process is usually defined as this convolution, and in this convolution appears this H epsilon, which is a so-called nullifier net. And if we actually make a slide, so it's a usual definition of smoothed white noise in Colombo theory, but we can make some in distribution theory. But if we make a slight modification of that definition above, as we did here, so we define smoothed white noise process in the following way. Well, I don't know how to pronounce this eta, or what is eta epsilon, is here practically is compactly support cutoff functions converged to identity. Then this white noise, as given here, is actually representative of GH2 Colombo generalized stochastic process. So actually, this is how we can consider white noise process as an Colombo generalized stochastic process. Okay. And a few words about Colombo generalized semi-group of operators. Now we want to, in order to define Colombo generalized semi-group, we again have to start with the spaces that we are going to use. So first of all, we consider this moderate space. This is the space of nets S epsilon, where these S epsilon are differentiable with respect to T, and having property that they are moderate in a way. As you can see, this is the relation number 2. I will not read everything now. There is no need here, but again, they have to be moderate in some way. And it can be shown that it is an algebra with respect to composition of operators. And similarly, we define negligible space, negligible algebra, and this is the space again of nets that are differentiable with respect to T, but now they're having property that this L of E norm is negligible in a sense we said earlier. And again, it can be proven that this is an ideal of the previous space, and therefore we can define a Colombo type space, which is simply a factor algebra. And the elements of this space will be denoted by S, or here in these brackets S epsilon, and S epsilon is actually representative of the class. And as you will see, our semi-groups, Colombo generalized semi-groups, will be elements of this space. Okay, but when you talk about semi-groups, of course, that we need to have this infinitesimal generator. Few words about the space that are needed in order to define Colombo generalized generator, this infinitesimal generator. So in a similar way as previously, now we defined this space SEM of E. This is the space of nets. This is simply Banach space. I didn't say that. Banach space. So this is the space of nets of linear continuous mapping with a property that in LE norm, this A epsilon is moderate. And similarly, we define the corresponding negligible space, the space of nets of linear continuous mapping that have this negligible property. And the whole story again, we make factor algebra, and the elements of this factor algebra will actually be our infinitesimal generators. And finally, how do we define Colombo generalized semigroup of operators? So S, which is an element of this previously shown space, is called a uniformly continuous Colombo semigroup if it has a separate representative, which is a uniformly continuous semigroup for every epsilon small enough. That actually means that these three well-known properties for semigroups are fulfilled. But S epsilon has to fulfill these three properties, and S epsilon is a representative of class of a Colombo semigroup. And what is very important for us is that if S epsilon and S epsilon tilde are both representative of uniformly continuous Colombo semigroup S with their infinitesimal generators A epsilon and A epsilon tilde, then you can show that A epsilon and A epsilon tilde, their difference is negligible. So it's an element of negligible space. Okay, and A is called the infinitesimal generator of uniformly continuous Colombo semigroup if A epsilon is infinitesimal generator of the representative of this semigroup, the corresponding semigroup for every epsilon. And again, the important thing here for the theory is that infinitesimal generators coincide, and the semigroup, the corresponding semigroup, uniformly continuous semigroup also coincide. So if A equals to B, then S equals to T. You can read the whole thing on the slide. And one more thing before stating the result concerning this equation is that we are actually going to need we are going to need the possibility to control the growth of our representative. So you will see that we will actually have this logarithmic growth of many functions and nets that are showing in our result and in our equation. But in order to show you that, let me just say, when do we say that H epsilon is of when do we say that here, for instance, is operator infinitesimal generator A when it is of H epsilon type? I mean, it doesn't have to be with operator A. Here it can be something else, but doesn't matter here. So I just decided to give this definition. So it is said that A infinitesimal generator A is of H epsilon type if it has a representative A epsilon such that following holds. And it can be proven that every infinitesimal generator of Colombo type, which is of H epsilon type as well, where this H epsilon is, as you see, less than C times this log, is actually the infinitesimal generator of some semigroup of operator. This is also very important for us when proving the main result. And here is just a small note that uniformly continuous Colombo semigroups always has an infinitesimal generator and it is unique, and that can be proved. Okay. And the same thing about controlling semigroup itself. So I mean, you will not see it here, but in the existence and uniqueness part of the proof, it will be actually necessary for us that corresponding generalized semigroup S is of log 1 over epsilon type, and therefore the operator A must satisfy the stronger condition. So this operator A needs to be of H epsilon type, where H epsilon is log-log. So if it is log-log, then corresponding semigroup is of log type, and that is what we need. That is that control of growth that I was talking about. We control the growth by these log nets. Okay, and just a few words about how do we regularize derivatives. So if we have a Rees fractional derivative of G, then we can regularize it by making this kind of convolution, and it is written here what do we choose for our net for taking a convolution, and that convolution is then denoted by tilde, and this tilde denotes regularized Rees derivative. Okay, and if we make some assumption for our function f that appear in our equation, as you can see, it has to be globally Lipschitz, the derivative with respect to x has to be globally Lipschitz, and also some other conditions here written in the slide, then we have the following theorem. So if f and sigma is the function that appears in equation, and their partial derivatives with respect to u and x satisfy these four conditions, and if we have this H epsilon to be of this log 1 over epsilon to the 1 over 5 type. I mean, it's hard to read it quickly. Then if we have Colombo generalized stochastic processes Q and P such that they are of this H epsilon type, and if we suppose that A alpha tilde is represented by the net of operators given like here, you can see here, this is this regularized, here we have this regularized derivative appearing, and K of course has to be from certain space. So if we make all these assumptions, then for every alpha in the interval from 1 to 2, there exists a unique generalized solution to the Cauchy problem from which we have started, and it is of course represented by the usual formula. How do we represent the solution? This is the smiled solution, I would say, and here the S is a uniformly continuous Colombo semigroup, which is generated by this A tilde. So we have solution for our approximate problem. And okay, we can prove here that operators are of our general regularized operator and non-regularized are L2 associated under certain conditions, which you can see on the slide. I really don't have enough time to read everything, but it's not important. So under certain conditions, one can prove that these two operators are L2 associated, and under other certain additional certain conditions, you can also prove in some special cases that solutions are L2 associated as well, almost everywhere. So I'm so sorry because there was a lot of things to say and I wanted to be quick, but I think I managed somehow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you also, Daniela. Some comments, questions? I don't hear some questions or remarks. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon again. And we continue our session with the talk as it was planned on its time by Maria Saskova, originally by Sofia University, but now at the Department of Mathematics, University of Wisconsin, Madison States. The title you see is Logic, Degrees, and Definability. So please, Maria, go on with your talk.
Thanks very much. And thank you very much for the invitation to speak in this venue. I'm sorry that I missed most of it because I'm in the United States and the time difference is such that most of the talks were scheduled in the middle of the night for me. But I see that the lectures are being recorded, so I'm hopeful that I can catch up. So today I'm going to tell you a little bit about the kind of research that I'm interested in. In particular, I'll talk about computability. So the main notion in computability theory is a definition that goes back to Turing and Church from 1936, in which they formalized the notion of an algorithm. Now, their definition, they give different definitions of this notion. Turing's is based on Turing machines, Church's is based on lambda calculus. Many other definitions are given since Queenie gave a definition in terms of purely mathematical functions. But they all turned out to characterize the same class of functions on the natural numbers. And in modern words, we would describe this class as follows. So a function on the natural numbers is computable if there's a computer program which takes as input a natural number and outputs the value of that function on that natural number. So hopefully people are familiar with at least one type of computer programming language. It doesn't matter which one you pick, C or Java or whatever, they all yield the same class of functions. And we'll say that a set of natural numbers is computable if its characteristic function, so this is the function that outputs 0 and 1, and if the argument n is in the set, the output is 1. If it's not in the set, the output is 0. So if that function is computable. So more often in mathematics, we encounter not quite computable sets, but what we call computably enumerable sets. These are sets for which there is an algorithm to enumerate. So you imagine an algorithm that's just running forever and eventually occasionally prints out some numbers. So there's an algorithm to print out all numbers in a given set. Equivalently, we can say that this is the range of some total computable function, or even non-total, just the range of some computable function. And I will use this in a little bit. It's easy to show that, in fact, you can characterize those as the domains of computable functions. So examples from other parts of math, I've given here two. One is related to Hilbert's 10th problem, in which he asked for an algorithm to solve, to decide whether or not
to decide the elements of a Diophantine set. So a set is Diophantine if it's defined using a polynomial of more than one variable. This is P here. And then the set consists of all numbers n, such that if you substitute the value of the first variable for n, there is a way to substitute the remaining variables for natural numbers so that you get a value 0 of the polynomial. So this is a polynomial with integer coefficients. And the values of the variables have to be integer as well. So that was Hilbert's 10th problem, find this algorithm. And it turned out that every Diophantine set can be characterized as a CE set. So each of these sets are CE. And that's kind of easy to see, right? If you're given any polynomial, you can write a program that starts listing all possible n tuples of natural numbers. And whenever it sees a 0, it just outputs the first value. And it turns out that the reverse is true. Davis, Matiasevich, Putnam, and Robinson showed that, in fact, every CE set can be characterized as a Diophantine set. Another example is from group theory. The word problem for finitely presented groups is CE, and vice versa. Every CE set can be coded as the word problem for a finitely presented group. So, okay, what is the answer to Hilbert's 10th problem? Are the CE sets just the computable sets? Well, in this slide, I have the relationship between the two types of sets. First of all, a set is computable if and only if both A and the complement of A are computably enumerable. So this is a statement that is not too hard to see if you think about it. If you have algorithms, I'll just talk about one of the harder directions. If you have algorithms to enumerate both A and the A complement, then to decide whether a number n is in A, you can run those algorithms in parallel and watch in which stream n will appear. And that will tell you if it's in A or not in A, right? If it appears in the stream for A, it's in. If it appears in the stream for A complement, it's out. And since it will appear in one of the two streams, this is a well-defined algorithm that will eventually stop, halt, and give the correct answer. Okay, so, but are these the same notions? Well, it turns out that the reverse direction is not true. To see this, we need a little bit more, we need to think about programs in terms of natural numbers. So every program is some finite sequence of symbols and some finite alphabet. We can assign to symbols and sequences of symbols natural numbers, so we can treat a program as a natural number. We'll call this the index of a program. So we can define this famous halting set, K, which consists of all indices of programs that halt on their own index. So this is a kind of diagonalization happening here, or self-reference really, where a program is now treating its argument both as a number and as a program itself. So Turing in 1936, he came up with this set, and he showed that the halting set is CE, but it's not computable. Again, to see that it is CE is not very hard, because what we could do is we could list all possible indices of programs, and then we can run them on their own, but we're not gonna just kind of run them all, because that's an infinite amount of stuff we're doing. So we can't do infinite amount of stuff at a time in algorithms. We can only do finely much, but we can start with the first program and let it run for 5 steps, and then start up the second program and let that run for 10 steps, then go back to the first, let it run for another 5 steps, and the second for another 5 steps, and then add in the third for another 5 steps, and so on. Little by little, we will be running all programs for more and more steps every program eventually for more and more steps. So we will, whenever we see that one of these computations halts, we'll output the index. So the halting set is C, but it's not computable. And this is very easy to prove. It is just a diagonalization. So if K were computable by this first property, its complement would be CE. So we're going to show that the complement can't be CE. We'll show that it can't be the domain of any computable function. Assume it were, though. Assume that K complement were the domain of some computable function, say a computable function computed by program P with code E. So we'll have that P halts on N if and only if N is in K bar. Well, what do we have? PE halts on its own index E if and only if E is in K bar, but by the definition of K bar, this means that PE does not halt on E. So we get a contradiction here. Okay, so there are C sets that are not computable. Now that we understand that there are some sets that are not computable, we might consider the following question. Well, is there a way to compare sets in these terms? Can we say that one set is more incomputable than another set? And this is the idea that was formalized. Well, this can be formalized in different ways, of course. If you're thinking of the notion of a computable set as a basis, then you would arrive at what's known as Turing reducibility. It was introduced by Post in 1944. And here's the idea. So consider now a program that, in addition to all its normal instructions, like add 1 to this variable and assign this value to this other variable, it has an additional instruction. It can access an oracle. So an oracle is just some set of natural numbers. And during the computation of the program, we can ask, does 5 belong to the oracle? And the oracle will say yes or no. And then depending on the answer, we can decide to do something or another thing. So we will say that A is Turing reducible to B if and only if there's a program that computes A, or the characteristic function of A, but using B as an oracle. Here's a silly example. Well, an important example really, but it doesn't really tell you much. If A is computable, then I can compute A without any oracle. So I might as well think that I'm computing it with oracle B. So in other words, if A is computable, then A is computable from B, Turing reducible from B for every B. So the least element in terms of this comparison of sets is, are all computable sets, least in terms of this pre-partial order. Now you can approach this differently as well. You can approach this taking as your basis the notion of a C set. So this is a definition that was given by Friedberg and Rogers, but then actually Rogers wrote a book and Uspensky translated that book in Russian, and then on the chapter about enumeration reducibility, in a side note, he wrote down, I had the same definition many years earlier. So we attribute this now to Uspensky as well, though I don't remember what the reference is exactly. So A is enumeration reducible to B if there is a program that transforms an enumeration of B. So think of an enumeration of B as just a function defined on all natural numbers, so a total function with range B. So it's an algorithm that takes this function and transforms it into an enumeration of A. And this actual transformation can be specified. So the program that makes this transformation, it looks like this. It's a computably enumerable list of axioms of the following sort. If I see these finitely many elements enumerated in B, or in the range of my function enumerating B, x1, x2, xk, then enumerate x and A. So just some sort of list of axioms relating finite sets to be enumerated. So in this case, the basic notion is that of a computably enumerable set, right? If you can computably enumerate a set A without the help of any other oracle or any other enumeration, then A will be enumeration reducible to B, whatever B is. So you can just ignore these axioms and follow your algorithm. Or in other words, the program that enumerates A can be translated into one of these tables, but every time here, I will have the empty set. If the empty set is a subset of B, then enumerate X and A. So it will work no matter what B is. Okay, so we have these two ways to compare sets of natural numbers. And in each case, as I said, we have a partial order on the sets of natural numbers. So this means that they're reflexive and transitive. So we can define an equivalence relation. We'll say A is equivalent to B if and only if A is reducible to B and B is reducible to A. The equivalence classes in this relation will be called degrees. So if we take enumeration reducibility as the basis, we'll get the enumeration degrees. If we get Turing reducibility as the basis, we get the Turing degrees. The degrees are naturally ordered. The degree of A is less than the degree of B if and only if A is less than B, reducible to B. And then we can define a least upper bound operation in those structures. So the least upper bound of the degree of A and the degree of B is going to be the degree of the set A join B, we call it. It is a set which codes all the information about A in the even numbers and all the information about B in the odd numbers. So we have partial orders with least element and least upper bound. The Turing degrees, the least element will be all computable sets. The enumeration degrees have least element consisting of all CE sets. Okay, so we have these complicated structures now that are capturing the relative information content of the natural numbers. Oh, there's one additional operator that we can define on these structures, and that is based on the halting set. So remember the halting set, the one was our example of a C set that's not computable, and it consisted of the indices of programs which halt when run on their own index. So if we now, instead of just a program, a bare program as we used then to define halting set, we used a program with oracle A, then we get the set KA. So this is sort of like the halting set relative to A. And just the same proof that showed that K is not CE will show that KA is strictly, well, at least is not computable from A. Sorry, the same program the same proof that showed that K is not computable will show that KA is not computable from A. And then it's easy to see that A is actually strictly below KA. So this turns out to be a very well-behaved notion. If you have two sets A and B that are equivalent, then their corresponding halting sets, Ka and Kb, will be equivalent as well. So it allows us to define another operation on the Turing degrees. And we call this the jump, because it's a jump because it sends the Turing degree of A to something strictly bigger. So the Turing jump of A is just the Turing degree of Ka. And a similar construction can be applied in the enumeration degrees as well. So there we have a jump operator as well. Okay, so we have structures that are partial orders with least upper bound and jump operation. And in each case, we associate a local structure, which collects, it is a countable substructure of the Turing degrees that collects a portion of the world of sets ordered by this reducibility that are important, that appear again and again, and are somehow easier to define, easier to study. So for the CE sets, we collect the set of their Turing degrees. So the Turing degrees of the C sets, they form a countable substructure of the Turing degrees. We'll denote this by R. And R, all the C Turing degrees live between 0 and 0 jump. So 0 jump, in fact, is the halting set. So all the CE degrees are between the degree of the computable sets and the degree of the halting set. In the enumeration degrees, a natural analog of this local structure is, well, the local structure of the E degrees, we call it, we just take the whole interval and we'll call that E of the degrees between 0E and 0E jump. What connects the two structures, the Turing degrees and the enumeration degrees? Well, just like we showed that, we talked a little bit why a set is computable if and only if both A and A complement is CE. We can take this and expand it to show that A is Turing reducible to B if and only if A joined with A complement is enumeration reducible to B joined with B complement. So in A join A complement and B join B complement, we're playing a trick here. We're coding in a positive way both the positive and negative information about a set. So traditionally, Turing reducibility reduces both positive and negative information about a set and gives both positive and negative information about a set, whereas enumeration reducibility only deals with the positive information. So it will never tell you a number is not an A. But if you have the set A join A complement, then the positive fact that N is in A complement tells you the negative fact that N is not in A. So we're coding positive and negative information in this way. So this proposition induces an embedding of the Turing degrees into the enumeration degrees. We map the Turing degree of A to the enumeration degree of A join A complement. And this embedding preserves the order, the least upper bound, and the jump operator, all the structure that we associated with the degree structure. So the image of the Turing degrees, we call it the set of total enumeration degrees, because they can also be viewed as the enumeration degrees of graphs of total functions. And so we have that the Turing degrees are isomorphic to the total degrees, and the total degrees are a strict substructure of the enumeration degrees. So you can think of the enumeration degrees as just a superstructure of the Turing degrees. And a similar relationship we have between the local structures. So if you take the CE Turing degrees, then this embedding maps them exactly to something called the pi01 enumeration degrees. The pi01 enumeration degrees are a strict subset of our local structure of the enumeration degrees. I won't define where pi01 comes from. It has to do with the complexity with which we can define these sets in arithmetic. Okay, so we have two structures. Well, we have four structures now, two global ones, two local ones. And the two global structures are both similar in some ways and different in other ways. So similarities are that they're both uncountable structures with least element and no greatest element. They have uncountable chains and anti-chains, so they're not linear orders in any way. They are degrees that are neither is more computable than the other. And they're not lattices. So they're semi-lattices. They're upper semi-lattices because every two elements have a join. But in both structures, there are degrees with no meet. So no greatest lower bound. What are some differences? Well, the first one that was found has to do with minimal degrees. So Spector in 1956 showed that in the Turing degrees, there are minimal degrees. So these are non-zero, kind of like atoms, if you think of a lattice. So they're non-zero degrees, M, such that there's nothing strictly smaller than M except the least degree. And so these degrees exist in the Turing degrees, but they don't in the enumeration degrees, because Goodrich showed that the enumeration degrees are downward stents. What about the local degree structures? Well, we have a similar sort of situation. So they're similar in certain ways. They're both countable. They're both dense structures with least and greatest element. They both have countable chains and anti-chains, and they're both not lattices in the same sense. And in fact, here for a much longer time, it was thought that they are very, very similar. In fact, there was a conjecture of Cooper, who thought that any statement true in one structure is going to be true in the other structure. We call such structures elementary equivalent. But Ahmad showed that this is not the case in her thesis in 1998. So this is the difference she found. So Sachs had shown that in the CE degrees, we have the property that every degree A can be represented as the greatest lower bound of two strictly smaller degrees. But Ahmad showed that in E, so in the local structure of the enumeration degrees, there are degrees that can't be represented that way. So we call those non-splittable degrees. So it's a much subtler difference, but nevertheless, it exists. Okay, so we study these degree structures. Well, I at least have been interested in these degree structures from three interrelated perspectives. One is to think about the theory of the degree structure. In other words, what statements in the language of partial orders are true in each degree structure. The second aspect is first order definability. What relations on the degree structure can be captured by a structural property? For example, and this is going to be an important example, we defined the jump operator, but not as a structural property. We defined it in terms of programs and indices and whether something holds. So the actual operator that takes a degree to its jump, can that be captured somehow structurally, just in terms of the partial order? Can we say that, for example, a jump is the least degree that has that and that property relative to A? So those kinds of questions. And then the third type of questions are automorphism questions. So an automorphism is a function that takes the degree structure into itself, but preserves all of the structure. So it's a bijection on the degree structure, which preserves all of the structure. So if A is less than B, then the automorphism maps A to something less than what it maps B to, and so on. That is all essentially that we need, right? Because we're only thinking of the language of partial order. So the question of course, the identity is always an automorphism, but are there non-trivial automorphisms? If there were, then this would mean that there is a degree that can be mapped to a different degree. And in terms of structural properties, those two degrees are completely indistinguishable. So there's no way for us to tell that these two degrees are different just in terms of structure. All right, so these are our three aspects, and we'll see that they're related. Let's start with the first one. So we're thinking about what statements are true in the Turing degrees and in the enumeration degrees, and in particular, can we decide, given a statement, something about partial orders, can we decide if it's true or not? Is there an algorithm that tells us? All right, so in order to phrase that question, or to explore this question better, first, let's think about where these reducibilities live. So what is the structure in which we're thinking about them? And it turns out that it is second order arithmetic. So standard second order arithmetic is just the standard model of arithmetic, the natural numbers with 0, 1, addition, multiplication, less than. But it has an additional sort for sets of natural numbers and a membership relation. So that's what second order arithmetic is. And there are classical results that go back to Kleene and Post that show that both Turing reducibility and enumeration reducibility can be expressed with a formula. So they're definable in second order arithmetic. In fact, it's a formula with 3 quantifiers, not too hard. So what does this mean? This means that if you take a sentence in the language of partial order, I can translate it into a sentence in the language of second order arithmetic. So I'll have that phi is true in the Turing degrees if and only if its translation is true in second order arithmetic. And I can do the same in the enumeration degrees as well. So I'll have a sentence true in the enumeration degrees. A sentence about the enumeration degrees is true if and only if its translation is true in second order arithmetic. And this translation is effective. So there is an algorithm that gives me this translation. So I have reduced the problem of understanding if a statement is true in the degree structure to the problem of understanding where this its translation is true in second order arithmetic. Now, if I had an algorithm to decide what statements are true in second order arithmetic, that would then show me that everything is nice and decidable. Of course, that's not how things go. The theory of second order arithmetic, the set of true sentences true in second order arithmetic, is extremely undecidable. It's one of the original results, even first order arithmetic, right? This is the incompleteness theorem. Gödel's incompleteness theorem shows that theory, first incompleteness theorem shows that the theory is very much not decidable. So what can we do? Well, we're going to push this in the other direction as well. So we're going to give translations of formulas in second order arithmetic into formulas in the language of partial orders. So we have the same relationship. The formula, the original one, is true in second order arithmetic if and only if its translation is true in the Turing degrees. And the way to do this, you might think, but what are you talking about? You have so much more structure in arithmetic. You have addition and multiplication and so on. Well, there is a way to represent a model of arithmetic as a partial order. So this is a picture that is meant to illustrate how we do this. So the idea is that we'll have a partial order consisting of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 anti-chains stacked on top of each other. The minimal elements, so the lowest anti-chain, we're going to use to represent the natural numbers. The maximal anti-chain we're going to use to represent pairs of natural numbers. And then we'll use the intermediate anti-chains to give distances between elements at the bottom and the pair NM. So the pair NM is going to be the unique maximal element that is a distance 1 from N and distance 2 from M. And furthermore, the unique element, minimal element that is a distance 3 from the pair NM is corresponding to their addition. The unique minimal element that is a distance 4 from the maximal element is going to correspond to their product, and so on and so on. Turns out we can code all kinds of things this way. So using this idea, Sleman and Wooden showed that we can actually code models of arithmetic in the Turing degrees using finitely many parameters, and thereby showed that the theories of the Turing degrees and the enumeration degrees and the theory of second order arithmetic have the same complexity. So we can translate in both directions. So they're highly undecidable. So these are 2 papers, roughly, I guess, 11 years apart. In the enumeration degrees, in the local structures, we have similar theorems that connect the theories of the local structures, but not to second order arithmetic, to first order arithmetic. So Harrington and Sleman showed that this is true for the CE Turing degrees, and Ganchev and I showed that this is true for the local structure of the enumeration degrees. So both, also the local structures have theories. So the theory, just a reminder, is the set of sentences true the set of statements true in each structure. So they have the same complexity. They're very much undecidable. Now, Slayman and Wooden, and I think Harrington was involved. They all worked at the time at Berkeley. So they thought that they could push this relationship between the Turing degrees and second-order arithmetic much further, and they formulated a conjecture. It's called the bi-interpretability conjecture. It can be formulated for the Turing degrees or for the enumeration degrees, and it is the following. There's the relation that takes a pair of a tuple of parameters and another degree C, and it is true on this collection of degrees if and only if the parameters code a model of a first order arithmetic with a unary predicate for a set C, and the degree of that set C is the degree of the last element in the arguments here. That is first order definable indeed. So in other words, not only can we code models of arithmetic in the structures, but models of arithmetic with predicates for sets. But the Turing degrees know exactly when a set of parameters is coding one of these structures, they know exactly where that set lies, where its degree is. So they have some sort of inside information about what exactly they're representing and how that relates to the structure itself. So it's a tighter connection than just saying there is a way to represent this, but to prove that the relationship between the theories, this connection between the set C and the degree C need not be at all visible to the degree structure. So they were thinking about this bi-interpretability conjecture in relation to some old questions of Rogers. So right after he finished writing his book, he wrote a paper in 1969 in which he listed a few questions that he thought were important for the further development of degree theory. And among these questions were, is the jump operator definable? So this is a question we already touched upon a little bit. At the time, there was no jump operator in the enumeration degrees. He would have asked it for the enumeration degrees as well, but at the time it was just defined for the Turing degrees. So now, automorphisms and definability are related. In particular, we have that in a structure A, if A has an automorphism that takes an element from the set X to an element not in X, then this tells us that X can't be definable. Automorphisms preserve definable sets. So a related question, possibly like maybe he was thinking, how might we prove that the jump operator is not definable in the Turing degrees? Right, if it is definable, exhibit a definition. If it's not definable, how might we go about this? Well, one way would be to show that there is a non-trivial automorphism of the Turing degrees that somehow violates the jump. So are there any non-trivial automorphisms of the Turing degrees or the enumeration degrees? And finally, how tight is the relationship between the Turing degrees and the enumeration degrees? Is the copy of the Turing degrees inside the enumeration degrees, in other words, the total enumeration degrees, is that definable? Is that somehow structurally there? So those are some of his questions. And Slayman and Wooden were thinking about the first two questions. I was interested in the second question. Oh, I and Ganchev, people that worked with me. So here's the relationship between the three aspects of Turing degrees that I promised when I announced them. All right, so suppose that you have a relation that is definable in the Turing degrees. And let's take this relation R and then associate with it the relation that is in second order arithmetic of the sets whose degrees are in R. Now, if R is definable in the Turing degrees, because of this relationship between statements in the Turing degrees and statements in the second order arithmetic, we'd get that S is definable in second order arithmetic. And of course, S is going to be invariant with respect to the equivalence, right? If Turing equivalence, we're thinking about R in the Turing degrees, or enumeration equivalence, if we're thinking about the relation in the enumeration degrees. So let's call relations of this kind nice. So if R is definable, R has to be nice. For example, the Turing jump is a nice relation. So there's hope it might be definable. Similarly, the total enumeration degrees are a nice relation in the enumeration degrees. Well, Slayman and Wooden showed in 1986 for the Turing degrees, and later I adapted their proof to work in the enumeration degrees. So for both structures, we have that the following are equivalent. The bi-interpretability conjecture for the structure is equivalent to there are no non-trivial automorphisms, and that is equivalent to every nice relation is definable. So the bi-interpretability conjecture, if true, would answer all of Rogers's questions. There are no non-trivial automorphisms. All the things he asked to be definable are definable. Turns out to be a really hard conjecture to prove, and it is still not proved, but there was some progress made on it. So Slayman and Wooden, as they introduced it, they in fact showed that there are reasons to believe that it might be true. So they pushed it almost to the end. So they were able to show that there are at most countably many automorphisms of the Turing degree. So we don't know if there's two, but there can be too many, countably many. Countably many is a very, very, very significant limitation in terms of what's possible in general. They showed that the bi-interpretability conjecture for each structure, well, we again showed that the bi-interpretability for each structure is true if we allow the use of one parameter. So if we could access one parameter, then everything works out. And this then translates into every nice relation is definable if we allow the use of a parameter. But we don't want a parameter. We want just a pure definability notion. So this was, again, towards answering Rogers's question. Well, in the Turing degrees, they were actually able to push this idea further to actually get the definition of the jump. So a further consequence of the automorphism, they were able to show that every automorphism of the Turing degrees can't move anything above zero double jump, which allowed them to show that the double jump is definable. And these are not easy jumps here. I mean, there's a big proof that sits between these facts. I'm just kind of outlining the way that the thought went, but skipping big proofs in the middle. And then more than 10 years later, Slayman and Shor were able to attach to this first result a very complicated forcing argument to show that actually this gives them that the jump is definable in the Turing degrees. But the definition that they obtained in this way was, at least to Shor, very unsatisfying, because what one was expecting in the proof that the jump is definable is, as I said, some actual property that you can get your hands on. You can say, okay, the jump of the Turing degree A is the least degree that has that property, but not that property. But in this case, the definition went through complicated codings of set theory into the degree structures, and it somehow, it could be extracted. It has something like 5 quantifier alternations. It is very complicated and not something that you can understand very well. In the enumeration degrees, though, things went differently, thanks to an ingenious discovery by Kalimullin, who identified pairs of degrees. We call them Kalimullin pairs in his honor now, though he had a different name for them originally. And they're the following. So a pair of degrees A and B is a K-pair, Kalimullin pair. If and only if, relative to any other degree, they form a minimal pair. So for any other degree, if you take X join A and X join B and then take their meet, you go back to X. So it doesn't matter what it is exactly. The point is it's something that you can get your hands on. It has the simple definition. Well, Kalimulin showed that using this property, the k-pairs, you can define the jump operator. And Ganchev and I gave the definition that I've quoted here a bit later. So the enumeration jump is first order definable. In fact, Z jump is the largest degree that can be represented as the least upper bound of a k-pair AB, such that A is below Z, right? So this is a definition that is natural, so you can get your hands on it. Then based on that, we wanted to also approach the other question of the definability of the total degrees. So we had identified a special kind of k-pairs. We call them maximal. If neither side of a k-pair can be lifted further strictly to get a higher k-pair. So those existed, and we conjectured that the non-zero total degrees are exactly the joins of maximal k-pairs. We had partial confirmation for this. We showed that it is true in the local structure. So there we had the definability of the total degrees. And then later on, we joined forces with the group in Madison. So with Kai, who was a postdoc at the time, Lemp and Joe Miller, we were finally able to solve Rogers's question. We showed that and confirmed the conjecture. So the set of total enumeration degrees is first order definable because, as we suspected, the non-zero degrees are exactly the joins of maximal k-pairs. And now this theorem was, well, it was really nice to have it. It solved a really long-standing open question, but it also, it provided a very strong connection between the automorphism problems for the enumeration degrees and the Turing degrees. So earlier, Selman had shown that you have the following. You can characterize an enumeration degree in terms of the total degrees above it. So A is less than B if and only if every total degree above B is also above A. So you can only look at the total degrees above a certain enumeration degree, and that tells you what your degree is. So as a corollary now to both of these results, we have that, well, the definability of the Turing degrees means that if I have an automorphism of the enumeration degrees, then because the Turing degrees are definable, it has to map Turing degrees to Turing degrees. So it induces an automorphism of the Turing degrees. And on the other hand, because of Selman's theorem, if an automorphism of the enumeration degrees does not move any total degree, then it has to leave all the other degrees alone as well. It must be the identity. In other words, if I have a non-trivial automorphism of the enumeration degrees, then this gives me a non-trivial automorphism of the Turing degrees. So we have a strong relationship between these two questions. And finally, one additional theorem that I proved with Slayman gives a connection between local and global structure. We found that there is a finite set of degrees in the local structure of the enumeration degrees, such that this set of degrees determines the behavior of every automorphism on the global structure. So understanding the local structure means that what would give us a lot of information about the global structure, because it contains a finite set of degrees that determines the behavior of everything. So in other words, if F and G are two automorphisms that behave the same way on this finite set B, then they have to be the same automorphism. And this can be translated to the statement that if the enumeration degrees have a non-trivial automorphism, then so do the local structure of the enumeration degrees and the C degrees. Okay, so that's all I had to say. Thanks very much for the attention.
Thank you. If the audience have some questions, comments. Time is going. Maybe people are already tired. We have just one talk more. If no comments, thank you again, Maria.
Thank you.
And I suggest that just now with the final talk, It is to be given by Biljana Zholevska-Tuniska from St. Cyrillus and Methodius University in Skopje. And the talk is about matrix calculus and special functions. So please, Biljana, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I can start now. First, I would like to introduce myself. As Professor Kyriakova said, I am Biljana Jolevska from St. Cyril and Methodius University in Skopje. I work there and teach the engineers actually some maths, little maths. So I'm not working at the Faculty of Science, but at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering in Skopje. And today I will share now the document. I will speak about matrix calculus and special functions. That is something that I've been working mostly for my PhD, and some years after that, the topics that I will talk about today. And before I start, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to take a part of this meeting. Unfortunately, my daughter had a very high fever yesterday and today, and I couldn't be a part of any other talks, but nevertheless, it will be other opportunity for us to see each other, maybe in person very soon, not online, and to spend some time together. Okay, so today I will talk about the connection between matrix calculus and special functions, and I will present some results concerning matrix calculus and incomplete gamma functions, beta functions, and the gamma functions. Next, in the beginning, I will have some introduction about the distribution theory, and then some introduction about the matrix calculus and how it can be used to make some new results in the special functions. So the theory of generalized functions as a part of a functional analysis is rich with different kinds of results and methods that can be applied in other areas of mathematics also. It was developed in order to meet the needs of the mathematical modeling of processes that before the beginning of the theory of generalized functions were just used intuitively and intuitively interpreted. So the concept of functions and operations among functions in classical analysis did not always allow adequate solutions of these models. So this led to many attempts for the generalization of the definition of the functions and operations between them. In the book Theory of Distributions 1 and 2 from 1950, the French mathematician Laurent Schwartz for first time introduced a systematized theory of one class of generalized functions, and he called them distributions. The theory of the vector topological spaces that was already developed in that time helped him to build his theory. And in fact, this was the idea that it could found earlier in the works of Hadamard and Sobolev and other mathematicians. And this theory has two important effects on mathematical analysis. Firstly, it justified many formal calculations that were very frequent in engineering literature. And secondly, maybe more important, it opened new areas for mathematical research, especially in partial and ordinary analysis. So in this book, Schwarz gave the theory of generalized functions based on the theory of linear topological spaces related to all earlier approaches. So it's an interesting fact that after the appearance of the theory of distributions, literally within 2 or 3 years, generalized functions gained extremely wide popularities, and many papers are written from then till now on these topics. In this introduction part, now we will give the definition of the distributions. First, we will start with the definition of the test function. Here, phi is an infinitely differentiable function with a compact support, and it is said to be a test function. So the set of all test functions with the usual definition of sum and product by a scalar is a vector space, and it is denoted by D. Here also we give one example of a test function. And for this function is easy to prove that every derivative exists and is equal to 0 for x plus minus 1. So the set of test functions is not empty. Next, we give the definition of the distributions. So let f be linear functional on D. Then f is said to be continuous if the following relation hold for a sequence where phi n is a sequence in D converging to 0. A continuous linear functional of D is called to be a distribution, or as we often are saying, generalized function. So the set of all distributions is proved to be a vector space, and we denote it by D prime. Now I will speak about the connection, about the beginning of the Neutrix calculus. So it's go back to 1932, when Hadamard faced this divergent integral given with the relation 2 here for a positive integer p and a of x infinitely differentiable function. So next he divided this initial integral on 2 parts, the f of epsilon part and the I of epsilon part. And he proved that the integral f of epsilon tends to a finite limit f of 0 as epsilon tends to 0, where the second integral I of epsilon diverges as epsilon tends to 0. He therefore defined this finite part of the integral 2 with f of 0. So we have some, in a way, convergent part of the divergent integral, which we call finite part. But if we go to the integral I of epsilon, then we can make some other transformation in this integral, and we can divide also this divergent integral into a finite part k and another, I've put it here, I of 1 of epsilon divergent part. So the question that arises here is, should we have the finite part of I of epsilon integral to be k, or maybe if we go back to Hadamard's integral, should Hadamard have written that the final part of this initial integral should be f of 0 plus k, and in his study of the asymptotic, the Dutch mathematician Van der Corput came across similar problems, and he noticed that some certain terms he had calculated just canceled out. He called such terms as negligible functions, and from this he developed the Neutrix calculus. So the Neutrix calculus that Van der Corput developed, and he published his work in the paper Introduction to Neutrix Calculus in 1958, so far has no connection with the distributions. But in the beginning of the 80s, using the Van der Corput's results about the Neutrix, the English mathematician Brian Fisher defined several types of Neutrix products of distributions. Also, he defined Neutrix convolution products of distributions, Neutrix composition of distributions. And also using the Neutrix calculus, some extensions of the definition of gamma, beta, and other special functions are made. And mainly today, I will talk in this direction. So let's see what is Neutrix. Here is the definition given by Van der Corput in his work. So if n prime is a set and n is a commutative additive group of functions mapping n prime into a commutative additive group n double prime, if n has the property that the only constant function in n is the 0 function, then n is said to be a Neutrix, and the functions in n are said to be negligible. So we give here one example of Neutrix. Let n prime be the closed interval 0, 1, and let n be the set of all functions defined on n prime of the form a sine of x, b x squared, where a and b are real numbers. Then we can see that n is Neutrix, since if we equalize these functions with c, and this is equal, then it's obvious that this relation holds only when a equals b equals c equals 0. So all the functions of this form are negligible functions. if we suppose that n prime is a subspace of a topological space X, having a limit point Y, which is not contained in n prime, and let n double prime be the real numbers. Let n be a commutative additive group of functions mapping n prime into n double prime, with the property that if n contains a function f which converges to a finite limit c as x tends to y, then c equals 0. It is proved that if we define n in this way, then n is a nutrix. And this is because if f is in n and f equals c for all x's in n prime, that f converges to finite limit c, x tends to 0, so c equals 0. Next, we give the definition of the nutrix limit, or as we call the n limit. So if f is a real valued function defined on n prime, and if it is possible to find a constant c such f of x minus c is negligible or then c is called the nutrix limit or n limit of the function f of x, as x tends to y, and we write this. This is how we write the nutrix limit. So the important thing to say here is that if nutrix limit exists, then it is a unique, because if f minus c and f minus c prime are in n, then the constant function c minus c prime is also in n, and we have that c equals c prime. So the nutrix limit is unique. And what is very interesting here, if we form a nutrix n which contain the set of all functions which converge to 0 in the normal sense as x tends to y, then we have if a function f, a normal, let's say normal, ordinary, not normal, ordinary limit of f when x tends to y is c, then also the n limit of f when x tends to y is c. So this is very important information, because in a way we have a generalization of the notion of the limit of the function with the n limit of the function. So it's very important when we define the nutrix of the function to in the nutrix to put all functions which converge to 0 in the normal sense. So not to forget those functions. Actually, when we calculate some distribution products, we surely thus include these functions to the nutrix for all things to work out. Here we have one example for evaluation of a nutrix limit. If n prime is the interval 0, 1, and n is the set of functions defined on n prime of the following form. So we have a logarithm of epsilon, b epsilon on power of -1, plus this O of epsilon is arbitrary function which converges to 0 when epsilon tends to 0. And A and B are real numbers. So we have these functions forming the neutrix in this example. And if we consider the following function, f of epsilon, logarithm of epsilon, plus 2 epsilon on the power of -1 minus cosine epsilon minus 1. We can rearrange this function in this following order. So if we look out for the first the first three terms, logarithm of epsilon is negligible function. 2 epsilon on the power of -1 is also negligible function. And if epsilon tends to 0, then cosine of epsilon -1 tends to 0 also. So this is ordinary function that tends to 0 when epsilon tends to 0. And we can conclude for here that the neutrix limit of this function is -2, because this is the term that do not cancel out. So for this function, the neutrix limit is -2. But it is important that here just to say that if we change the set of the neutrix, if we change the functions that belongs to the neutrix, then also the neutrix limit will be changed. So it is very important before we start to calculate any products of distribution or convolution products of distribution to define the set of the neutrix that we are working with. And if we go back now to the Hadamard's integral, the integral 2, and make some rearrangements of the integral now, easy calculation here. First, we can use this set of negligible function. Epsilon on the power of lambda, logarithm of epsilon on the power r -1, and logarithm of epsilon on the power r, where lambda is less than 0, and r has the values 1, 2, etc. We can see that if we take the neutrix limit of this Hadamard's integral, it will be f of 0 plus k. So not just the finite part that Hadamard has defined, but also this other from the second divergent integral finite part k. But if we change a little bit the set of the negligible functions, and now we have the set of negligible functions with these parameters given here in the relation 3, then when we calculate the neutrix limit, the neutrix limit will have the same value as the Hadamard's finite part of the integral. So here is the connection actually we have of the neutrix limit and the neutrix theory with the finite part of Hadamard's integral, and in a way with the divergent integrals in usual sense. In the following now, we will fix the set of functions of the neutrix. So the neutrix n, we will have the domain n prime, the positive reals, and the range and double prime, the real numbers, with the negligible functions, finite linear sums of the following functions given in the relation 4. So this is the negligible functions. It's important that the linear sums are finite, and also it's very important that we add to this set all functions which converge to 0 in the ordinary sense, as epsilon tends to 0. So when we calculate the Neutrix limits, we will take this set to be the Neutrix. Let's now talk something about the gamma functions. So here we have the gamma function defined for lambda greater than 0. And if lambda goes between minus r and minus r plus 1, then we have the following relation for the gamma function. And if we make some arrangements here with the integral, using the integral properties, we can see that the gamma function can be defined as a Neutrix limit, or finite part of this integral here. So this suggested that we can make some extension of the definition of the gamma functions, and to define the gamma of minus m. So to define gamma in the negative whole numbers using the Neutrix limit. And this is the definition given by the relation 5 that Fisher and Kuribayashi used in 1987 to extend the definition of the gamma function for using the Neutrix limit. Also, they proved that gamma of 0 is minus small gamma here, where this is the notation for the Euler's constant. And they got the relation 6 here for the value of the gamma function in the negative whole numbers. Also, they proved the existence of the R derivative of the gamma function at 0, also using with the Neutrix limit. And here is this relation. This suggested the rth derivative of the gamma function in minus m to be defined. And for this derivative, we have this second, very long formula, how can be calculated this value of the derivative. Also, when we speak about the beta function, here is the definition of the beta function. And next, we have the derivatives of the beta function with the second relation. So the same authors, Fisher and Kiriabashi, in the same year, actually, they published the paper Neutrices and the beta function in 1987. proving that the derivatives of the beta function can be also defined using the Neutrix limit, here given with this relation. And now this whole history led to the incomplete gamma function. So the incomplete gamma function is given with the relation 7 for alpha greater than 0 and x greater than 0. And this integral is divergent for alpha less than 0. But we can use the induction and prove that if x is still greater than 0, but we move alpha from minus r to minus r plus 1, then we can use the relation 8 to calculate the incomplete gamma function. And this relation 8 given here gave an idea how with which relation, with which Neutrix limit the incomplete gamma function can be the value of incomplete gamma function can be evaluated when alpha equals negative whole number. And because we can we have that the incomplete gamma function is the Neutrix limit here given with the relation 9 for alpha different than 0, minus 1, minus 2, etc. We defined, we use this relation, we use the Neutrix limit to define the incomplete gamma function of minus mx when m have the value 1, 2, etc. So very, very similar to the previous ideas. Here is now the definition of the incomplete gamma function minus mx using the Neutrix limit. And we can rewrite the last equation and show that when x tends to infinity, actually the incomplete gamma function in minus m tends to the gamma function in minus m, which is very interesting result gained here. So these results were given also with the results of the definition of gamma minus mx plus and gamma minus mx minus are given in the following papers from 2004 published in the Integral Transforms and Special Function journal. Some further results involving the partial derivatives of the incomplete gamma functions are published 3 years later in 2007 by the following authors. So in a way, I was working on these times I worked on my PhD degree. So I took an active part of these papers, and they were interesting results in that time. Next, I will talk about the incomplete beta function. So here with the relation 13, the incomplete beta function is given. Very similar with the definition of the incomplete gamma function. The authors Oszczak, Ege, and Gersey proved that the incomplete beta function can be also defined for negative integers. And they published their paper in 2008. And some of the results involving the partial derivatives of the incomplete beta functions are published in the same year in Applied Mathematical Letters. So in this paper, the existence of partial derivatives of the incomplete beta functions for negative integers are proved. And here also I will say a few words about the D gamma function. So because of some difficulties in dealing with the derivative of the gamma function, in many papers, the logarithmic derivative of gamma function is studied. So this function is known as the D gamma function or psi function, defined with this relation here for positive real numbers. We have the following integral representation for the psi function. And this integral is convergent when x is greater than 0. Also, we can make some transformation and write this for x greater than 0. We can write the psi function with the relation 14. We can use the relation 15 next to prove by induction and to extend the definition of the psi function for values of x which are between -n and -n plus 1. So this relation is given here with the 16 equation. This can be proved by induction. And if we make some rearrangements of the previous equation, we will have some result of the following type. And this transformation led us to take the Nutrix limit here, because we have some finite sums of the functions that belong to the Nutrix be defined on the beginning of this topic. And if we evaluate the Nutrix limit, as a result, we have shown that the psi function can be defined using the Nutrix limit, and that is the relation 17. It holds for every x different than 0, -1, -2, etc. So we can also define, we can use this relation here, the relation 17, to make the definition of the psi function for the negative integers. And with relation 18, the definition of the psi function for the negative integer is given. We can evaluate this integral here, the Newtrick's limit, and we got these the values of the psi function for negative integers with the relation 19. Further, we can define the derivative of the psi function with the Newtrick's limit 20. And if we evaluate the Newtrick's limit, then we got the result 21. So these are results I have given in 2013 in the paper some results on the d-gamma function. Next, what I'm going to say is that the results here I've been presenting today are in a connection with the Newtrick's calculus developed are based on the Newtrick's calculus developed by van der Corput and used initially firstly by the Brian Fisher in the definition of the new types of Newtrick's products of distribution, Newtrick's convolution products of distributions, but there are other connections of the Newtrick's calculus. First, with the Colombo theory of distributions, it is proved that if we use Colombo theory of distribution, many results for the pairs of distribution calculated are the same. So let's say if we took two distributions and we calculate their Newtrick's product, we got the same result as if we calculate the Colombo product of these two pairs of distribution. The same result is gained. So this has been considered in a level of pairs of distributions. But maybe some bigger connection exists. I don't know yet. We have managed to with my collaborators, we have managed to publish a few results proving that for certain pairs of distribution, the Colombo product of this distribution and the Newtrick's product of this distribution is the same, but I don't know if there are any relation counts for all products of distributions. So there is some topic to be explored here. And also lately, in the past 4 or 5 years, many results that connect the Newtrick's calculus and the Q calculus are published. So also in the same way, if we use Q calculus and find some products of functions, that the results are the same as the results for the distributions got using the Newtrick's calculus. So this is another connection maybe in between the Newtrick's calculus and the Q calculus. So this I just mentioned to be further topics to go on exploring. So this is the reference and I've been using for today's talk. And that will be all from me. Thank you for the attention. Sorry again for the delay, 1 hour delay I had with my with the connecting of to your conference.
Thank you, Miliana. So we're finished now with this session and the last session of this year's Women Conference. Because academician Mushkurov said had some other engagements at the moment, and Professor Velichka Milousheva also left for some conference away. They asked me on their behalf to ask to thank all participants, all lecturers, and attenders of this conference for your participation and attention to this event, once again from their side. And we hope that the activities of the International Center of Mathematics will continue with similar and other events. They have often some other seminars and so. And let me wish you good weekend and safe, to be safe, of course. Okay, thank you again for all who participated and to give talk and attended the talks. And welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you too for the invitation.
Thank you.
Okay.